Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. At the same time, a huge explosion sound came from the direction of Kibeo Glazed Sect Point, but only the tail end of the explosion could be heard. Kan Rinxu was attracted by the sound of the explosion. She looked towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, looked at the demon-conquering Douluo walking in the sky, and said, "The Holy Sun side has also started. It should be over there. Let's fight fiercely, Uncle Demon subduing. Things have been settled here. The people from Wuhan Palace are gradually approaching those people. Do you want to go over and support the Holy Sun?" Demon-conquering Douluo showed a meaningful smile and said, "The Holy Sun is very strong. There is no need for me to support him." Hearing this, Kan Rinxu was startled. After all, she didn't quite understand how strong Huang Wei was now. The news that Kan Dao circulated to her was that she had usurped the throne in advance, and there was no other news. "That's it, that's good," she murmured. As time passed, Huang Wei led everyone towards the Xiandao Empire. After the two parties met, Kan Rinxu asked Huang Wei, "Long time no see, you have changed so much." Huang Wei smiled slightly and said, "It's time for you to go back and inherit the inheritance of the gods. This is temporarily left to the Pope teacher. After taking over the Star Luo Empire and other forces, we can declare unification and proclaim ourselves Emperor, the Spirit Empire." There was great turmoil in the royal family of the Xiandao Empire, and many soldiers rushed in quickly under the leadership of the adults. Huang Wei stood on a high place and looked down. 8 red soul rings appeared on his body. The huge black turtle stood tall against the sky, and everyone's nerves trembled. What kind of martial spirit is this? Since it is so big? They were all dumbfounded. They instantly felt that their martial spirits were suppressed, and they could not breathe. "I, the Holy Son of the Wuhan Palace, now announce that the royal family of the Xiandao Empire has been captured by the Wuhan Palace. I don't want to cause chaos and murder. Now I give you a chance to submit to the Wuhan Palace. If you don't obey, you will die. You only have one chance to choose." He stood on top of the huge black turtle's real body and stared below. Every word he spoke was filled with endless majesty. The terrifying turbulent weather instantly overwhelmed everything below. Everyone is in a panic. You look at me, and I look at you. Damn it, what do you want to do? We are soldiers of the Xiandao Empire. You, Wuhan Palace, killed Emperor Zuai and slaughtered the entire royal family. You deserve death. A general roared under tremendous pressure. He is a contra-level figure and loyal to the Xiandao Empire. Dry tongue. Huang Wei looked coldly. "Since you are not convinced, then I will kill you all and let the poor rule this country." Under the pressure, the general at the peak of contra instantly turned into a pool of blood mist, flying all over the sky. This is also a way to scare the monkeys. I just want to show them and shock the whole audience. "General!" Everyone shouted angrily, fearful in their hearts. Even such an awesome general was easily killed. How could they play? The most important thing is that I can't even stand up now. Being suppressed by the powerful force, he lay on the ground, with all his soul rings and soul power disappearing. Everyone's clothes were soaked in cold sweat. His body couldn't help but tremble. Whenever I close my eyes, I can see the shadow of Wuhan Palace killing their general. Don't you want to choose? The Holy Sun will choose for you. If you don't surrender, then you will die. Huang Wei's voice was cold. Don't we surrender? They just wanted to survive. There were people in their family who needed to be supported. They were not alone, so they finally compromised. Very. But from now on, there will no longer be the Heaven Dao Empire, only the Spirit Empire. Soon the Pope will be here in person, so you should quickly take off your Heaven Dao golden armor. Huang Wei waved his hand and touched everyone's restrictions. Then a figure appeared. It was Bibi Dong. Everyone in Wuhan Hall immediately performed a ritual towards Bibi Dong, but except Kan Rinxu. As for Huang Wei, he bowed as a disciple. Next, all subsequent matters will be left to Bibi Dong. Within this week, the original residents of the Xiandao Empire heard that Emperor Zuai and the royal family of the Xiandao Empire had been destroyed. When the name was changed to Wuhan Empire, some people with higher cultivation levels were dumbfounded. How could this happen so quickly? Too sudden. In Xiandao, some forces, academies, etc. that originally belonged to the Xiandao royal family were forced to change their names. The dean of Lanba College was very unconvinced, because it was a college for the poor. With Liu Erlang's fiery temper, he would not surrender at all. He also used his martial spirit avatar to kill several people from the spirit hall point at the same moment. Huang Wei Douluo Milu came under orders and killed him directly. From then on, the Iron Triangle was gone forever. Lanba Academy merged with the previous Xiandao Royal Academy to form a super university, which was also open to all civilian soul masters, and the benefits will be even better. It was renamed Wuhanxian. Undercurrents surged, and the Xiandao Empire lost power and became the Wuhan Empire. Many people who were hostile to Wuhan Palace started to attack at this time, but they were all secretly obliterated. The Star Luo Empire on the other side was greatly shocked after learning about this incident, and at the same time, felt a huge sense of crisis, so he was ready to go. Now that the Wuhan Empire had just appeared, it was in great turmoil and was still unstable, so he also saw an opportunity and planned to go to war against the Wuhan Empire now. Chapter 191 Poseidon's Heart returns 1 year later. The Wuhan Empire, formerly the Xiandao Empire's treasure house, is now the Wuhan Empire's treasure house. At this moment, a familiar tall figure stood here. It is Huang Wei. He was the only one here this time, and the others were very busy. After all, they had just taken over the Xiandao Empire and became the Wuhan Empire, and now they needed to arrange people to govern various regions. In particular, Soto City and the adjacent Star Luo Empire needs people to guard it. Those who were recruited played a huge role. At the same time, Huang Wei also gave Bibi Dong ideas to form an army of civilians. Although some civilians could not possess soul power, there were also those who were physically strong. As long as you sign up to join the army, you can get corresponding rewards. Moreover, it can also provide a lot of manpower for the Wuhan Empire, which is currently short of people. Huang Wei also specially wrote a set of training programs for special forces in his previous life overnight to train this group of people. If you're lucky, you might actually be able to develop soul power. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. If you don't have soul power, then vigorously develop soul guidance devices for use by these civilian armies. The bones of some dead soul beasts and the like played a major role. Huang Wei's idea is that, since he can't become a soul master, he should become a soul mentor and let the era of soul guides come 10,000 or even 20,000 years earlier. Therefore, Huang Wei must find the Sun and Moon continental plate. There must be knowledge about soul guides on it. After hearing this, Bibi Dong thought for a moment and was very satisfied with Huang Wei's opinion, so he accepted it and sent someone to announce it. After finishing it, Huang Wei came to the current treasure house alone. He has only one purpose, and that is to get the heart of Poseidon and the vast sea universe cover. Nothing else interested him at all. After opening it with a specific key, he walked inside. The treasure house is arranged in the form of bookcases to store the treasures in the treasure house. There are soul bones, elixirs, and many other things, and the most popular ones are gold soul coins. Huang Wei ignored all these. When we came to the innermost part, there was a crystal box with a blue soul guide-like thing lying there quietly. The moment he saw it, Huang Wei felt a pull in his heart, and the Poseidon trident pattern on his forehead shone with light. Summon Huang Wei to take it. Huang Wei touched the crystal box and took it away. However, at this moment, a sound similar to an alarm sounded from all around. Accompanied by energy light waves emitted from all around. It has the aura of Contra. Opening this crystal box, if it weren't for the aura of Emperor Zuyi's swan martial spirit, he would be considered an aggressor and be shot directly. Huang Wei calmly put away the Poseidon's heart in front of him, raised his hand, and a green turtle shell appeared. He easily resisted these Contra's strongest blows. Huang Wei left the treasure house unscathed. In the following time, he continued to be busy with his martial arts empire. At the same time, he also found that Bibi Dong was becoming more and more insane. Others may not know the reason, but Huang Wei knows it. Now that Bibi Dong is getting more and more advanced in the Rakshasa God's test, the Rakshasa God's evil thoughts will have an increasingly greater impact on her. The Rakshasa God is originally a representative of evil thoughts, greed and desire. Bibi Dong is like this now. As the plot continues, she will soon cease to be her. So when that time came, Huang Wei also had his own ideas. He must become a god quickly. Time flies, and another year has passed. There are still 3 years until the 8th in Hanhei City. Huang Wei used the Poseidon trident pattern on his head to summon Xiao Bei. A year later, the other party is still the same. For the Soul Beast, this year has happened in a blink of an eye. Xiao Bei looked at Huang Wei with a hint of interest in his respectful tone. Future Lord Poseidon, have you decided to go back? Huang Wei became more mature. He is now 13 years old. Unconsciously, time flies so fast. He had planned to become a titled Douluo before he was 10 years old, and he did it. Chapter 152. It's just that the title Douluo didn't impose the 9th soul ring. But the problem is not big. He is already invincible in the mainland. He looked at Xiao Bei, smiled elegantly, and said, well, this time I go back. I'm ready to start the 8th test. After saying that, he jumped up and sat directly on the back of the little white shark. The little white shark immediately set off towards Poseidon Island. Huang Wei looked at Hanhei City with deep meaning in him. Deep pupils. Now the Wuhan Empire has taken over the Xiandao Empire and the Star Luo Empire with his help. The situation in both countries is currently being stabilized. Because the Star Luo Empire is separated by sea, it is not convenient. Therefore, it is not as easy to control as the Xiandao Empire. Over the past year, Huang Wei has been implementing various policies to make the people's lives better, and he also used the power of Poseidon's heart to forcibly move the tectonic plates of the Star Luo Empire. Let it be completely integrated with the Xiandao Empire. Become a true martial spirit empire. Hanhei City has not yet been ruled, but it will soon be, and the next target is it. Over the past year, Huang Wei also used his own space and the advantages of fairy grass to cultivate a group of new titled Douluo, with the purpose of eliminating other undercurrents of turmoil in the empire. The cultivation level of this group of people was in contrast before. After the Wuhan Empire was unified, there were a lot of contrasts. These soul Douluo who were unable to set foot on the title Douluo all became the targets of Huang Wei's subjugation. Use the fairy grass in different dimensions to help him become a titled Douluo and become his true subordinate. By the way, after taking the 3rd fairy grass, and with the help of continuous training in different spaces, Huan Milu's current cultivation level has become a genuine 99th level peerless Douluo. When Huang Wei returned to Poseidon Island this time, he was originally going to follow him. However, Huang Wei stayed in the Wuhan Empire to help suppress order, especially looking for Haotian sect. By the way, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was also destroyed by Huang Wei. Yu Xiao Gang was also secretly killed by him. Bibi Dong had no idea that Yu Xiao Gang was dead. Otherwise they will become enemies. Then, Huang Wei could only seal the opponent before he became a god. Qian Rinxu is now taking the 9 angel god examinations. I haven't heard from that guy Tang Xin for a long time. I don't know what level he is now. He is the object of heaven's favor. Now that I have taken the god of the sea, will he be directly chosen by the Shura god? No matter what, when I inherit the throne, I can easily find the Haotian sect. That day will be the day when the Haotian sect in Tang Xin will be destroyed. Huang Wei thought to himself. Soon Poseidon Island appeared in front of us. Xiao Bei is very fast. After returning to Poseidon Island, Huang Wei directly contacted Bo Saixi and began the 8th test. Next is the real battle. Huang Wei, led by Xiao Bei, quickly headed towards the waters of the deep sea demon whale king. Huang Wei could feel that Xiao Bei's body was shaking. This is fear. The fear brought to her by the deep sea demonic whale king was great and deep. You really sure you are alone? Xiao Bei looked worried. Don't worry, I'm really strong now. Huang Wei showed a plain smile. If he was still worried about the deep sea demonic whale king's divine power and 90% body of the 9 gods before, he is not afraid at all now. Because his turtle shell is already level 4. 100% damage back, 100% critical hit. No matter what, as long as the deep sea demon whale king fucks him, the one who will be hurt the most will definitely be the other party. Chapter 190 To the deep sea demonic whale king. The deep sea demon realm is a dark place, and the seabed in front is like a huge bottomless abyss. It can engulf anyone who comes here at any time. The fear of the unknown in the sea was all fulfilled at this moment. On the eve of the battle, Huang Wei first opened the character panel and checked his information. Host: Huang Wei, martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle's longevity, endless life, and integration of rings lifespan. 80,000 identity, holy son of Wuhan palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. 98 ring quasi title Douluo, soul skills, defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical hit, 4 levels of turtle shell enhancement, turtle shell savings, armor spirit space, turtle void destruction, infinite black turtle cannon, black turtle gravity field, black turtle true body, and the wrath of the sky. Soul bones. 1. 200,000-year-old soft bone rabbit right arm bone, turtle version, can grow. Skills, teleportation, invincible golden body. 2. Ice and Fire Dragon King divine bone, turtle version, ice, and Fire Dragon King attack, absolute zero, absolute flame destruction. 3. 200,000-year-old water light lotus right leg bone, turtle version, can grow, water shadow light body. 4. 200,000-year evil killer whale shark left leg bone, turtle version, can grow, growth, evil killer whale split. 5. 100,000 years super growth head soul bone, death spirit tide, magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil point abilities, aura of a superior person, immune to the might of a title Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 100% cultivation speed, 20%. After looking back, he now has a better understanding of his own strength. Deep sea demonic whale king, come out and die. Your future master, Lord Poseidon, is here. Huang Wei shouted directly at the deep sea demonic realm. His voice was infused with soul power, and the soul power continued to spread and penetrate the sea. When Xiao Bei, who was being ridden by Huang Wei, heard that he was so crazy about seeking death, he immediately exploded and said in horror, "You will be very dangerous if you do this. You can go back now. I'm fighting alone here." Huang Wei stood up nonchalantly and controlled the sea water. The sea water formed a water column and pushed him up. Xiao Bei said, "Then you wish for good luck." After saying that, he stumbled away. High in the sky, Huang Wei stared at the sea below, and suddenly the sea sank. A terrifying and angry voice rang out, "Which arrogant young man is looking for death?" Immediately afterwards, a huge magic whale rushed out from under the sea. The huge body, the huge whale head, the angry and powerful spirit beast divine power spread. Thunder spread all around, and tornadoes continued to hit the sea, forming huge waves. It's about to open. Inside Poseidon Island, Bosaxi stared solemnly at the scene, reflected by the water ball in front of him. It was the deep sea demonic whale king and Huang Wei. This time in the 8th test, she couldn't help. If she took action, it would mean that Huang Wei failed the assessment and lost the inheritance of Poseidon Point. Although she didn't want to die so early, she still hoped that Huang Wei could defeat the deep sea demonic whale king, which at least showed that Lord Poseidon's vision was correct. At the same time, in the divine realm belonging to the sea god Poseidon, it was also watching everything in the lower realm. This battle is of great importance. A 12-year-old 8-ring 90-level quasi-title Douluo still has 800,000-year-old soul rings and 500,000-year-old soul bones, including a piece of 2 dragon kings. Divine bones, you must not fail. No matter what, I, Poseidon, have identified this inheritor. If he is truly defeated, then I will have to help secretly. Poseidon looked at the water ball in front of him and murmured that he was very satisfied with Huang Wei as the successor. As long as the other party could defeat the deep sea demon whale king and obtain the 9th soul ring, he would inherit the divine throne in the 9th test. can be relaxed many times. Just let the other party inherit it. He has been waiting for a long time and doesn't want to wait any longer because life in the god realm is not as beautiful as he imagined. Some are just endless loneliness and isolation. Becoming a god alone is the wrong choice. Below. In Douluo Star, Huang Wei pushed the aura in his body to the highest peak after seeing the deep sea demonic whale king coming out. 8 dazzling red soul rings of 100,000 years appeared on his body. The huge black turtle martial spirit's true form stands tall and unyielding, majestic and unyielding. He wanted to win the battle quickly, so he directly used his suppression skills and then used his 8th soul skill to support the wrath of the sky. In an instant, roars intertwined, and violent fire meteor shower-like attacks fell towards the deep sea demonic whale king. The deep sea demonic whale king was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party could actually affect it, which already had 90% of the 9 divine body. Suddenly some interest arose. Very good. If I ask you to swallow it, you will definitely be able to break through the last barrier and completely complete the last 1%. Become a god. The eyes of the deep sea demonic whale king reveal madness, greed and endless desire. It performed its famous stunt and wanted to engulf Huang Wei in those attacks. The divine power in his body is running against the suppressive force from outside. Boom. In this way, the huge deep sea demonic whale king and the indomitable black turtle true form met together in an instant. The entire sky and sea were trembling violently. Listen to the riot song of death. Bang. The terrifying energy formed a brief space distortion in the sky. A milky white electric current appeared on the deep sea demonic whale king and spread throughout his body. Water is conductive, so the damage caused by electric current is even greater. The damage from rebounds and critical hits completely ignores defense. So for the deep sea demonic whale king, even if it has a 99% divine body, it will directly ignore the physical strength of the defense and enter the whole body. Impossible. The deep sea demonic whale king burst out with blood. It spread all over the deep sea demonic territory and the body flew back. Huang Wei was also knocked away, but fortunately the defense was not broken. He sacrificed the Poseidon trident, pointed it toward the sky, and shouted, "Ring of Fusion." The 8 red soul rings on his body instantly merged with the Poseidon trident as the center. Chapter 153. In an instant, with the integration of red light, the Poseidon trident became extremely red, with a domineering and killing aura, and became very large. Then he was thrown down by Huang Wei. Shooting straight into the depths of the sea. The injured deep sea demonic whale king below felt the crisis of death. The sea water was evaporating, and the breath of death swept through his body. Realm of the sea. It decisively opened the field, and it was also a physical field, just to resist this terrifying move. But every time I exerted force, my body would experience severe twitching pain. At the same time, the yin and yang dual soul cores in the body were operated to the extreme. Completely release all the power in your body. He really didn't expect that he would be made so embarrassed by a human being. The divine light bloomed, shocking the earth and the earth. He took the move in front of him abruptly. Bang. There was another violent explosion, earth shaking, and the entire deep sea demonic territory flew directly into the air, forming a sea wall. The explosion scene was as huge as a hydrogen bomb. Chapter 193. Peerless Douluo. Faced with such an opponent, Huang Wei adhered to the principle of taking advantage of his illness to kill him, and used all the soul bone attacks he could hit. The Ice and Fire Dragon King strikes. Absolute Zero. Absolute Flameate. He was given a test of ice and fire. One moment it was extremely cold, the other moment it was sauna. The evil killer whale K also fell down. Explosions were heard one after another. The painful wailing voice of the deep sea demonic whale king also continued to decrease. The entire deep sea demonic territory was covered in blood. The surrounding sharks are attracted by their endless bloodthirsty desire to donate blood. I want to rush over, but I'm afraid of being affected. So they all ran away. I'm exhausted. After so many powerful attacks, I should be dead, right? After all this fighting, Huang Wei was very tired. Keep your eyes fixed downwards as the tide gradually disappeared. Lying in the sea of blood was the deep sea demonic whale king, whose arms had been mutilated. The weak divine power blocked and repaired every wound on its body. It has never been so miserable. Those vicious eyes, looking at Huang Wei, He seemed to be seeing a sea god again. I want to kill it so much. The inexplicable suppressive force just now could have been broken by relying on its 99% divine body point, but at the critical moment, it felt a familiar divine power attached to it, catching it off guard. He was certain that the owner of that divine power was Poseidon, the god of the sea. Suddenly, it gradually became smaller. It took on a human form, with a blue trident emitting a golden halo embedded in it. It is Huang Wei's Poseidon trident. Its body was also mutilated, and its arms were broken, and it was in great pain. It looked at the humans in the sky, who were supported by the sea water, and said with a sad smile, "My fate is so sad. I ended up becoming a wedding dress for you hateful humans." After finishing speaking, he raised a hand, held the Poseidon trident, and pulled it out. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, just piercing its heart. But fortunately, it can die for the time being, because its soul core is not broken, because it still chose to keep its soul core at the critical moment. The soul core is equivalent to another heart point. If the soul core is not broken, it will be difficult to die. Hearing this, Huang Wei wanted to say something, but unexpectedly, the deep sea demonic whale king took the lead, and Angshan roared, "Poseidon, I won't give in." Its body once again transformed into the deep sea demonic whale king, and its incomplete body gradually lost its life. It had figured out, just now, that it was destined to die anyway, so why not take the initiative to die, and rest its soul on the soul bone, waiting for the opportunity to seize the body in the future. As long as the plan succeeds, then it will be the new Poseidon. As the life of the deep sea demonic whale king passed away, a golden soul ring condensed around its body, also appearing were a torso bone and a black and white bead. This is the opponent's yin and yang complementary soul core, and it is also the inner elixir, and its body also turned into a point of light and disappeared directly at this moment, and has not been preserved. Without the influence of God Shura, the soul ring has not mutated. It is golden, not red gold. Huang Wei's eyes revealed a fiery light. The 9th soul ring he had been waiting for was finally here. At this moment, Bo Seixi immediately appeared in front of Huang Wei and said, "Congratulations, Huang Wei, you successfully killed the deep sea demon whale king with one person's power. As long as you absorb this soul ring and become a titled Douluo, you can directly complete the 8th Poseidon test. If so, then I will absorb it." Huang Wei said. Huang Wei was not surprised at all by her appearance. "Well, I will protect you. No living thing dares to come near this place." Bo Seixi nodded. A burst of divine power is released, forming an energy sea barrier. Huang Wei sat cross-legged, pulled the golden soul ring into his body, and began to absorb it. Absorb the million-year-old soul ring of the deep sea demonic whale king. Once absorbed, it collides with the flesh with great impact. But fortunately, these were not a concern for Huang Wei, who was now defensive, and he quickly resisted. But the most important thing is mental strength. Because the owner of the deep sea demonic whale king had great resentment before his death. Therefore, what Huang Wei's mental power is facing is the impact of the resentment of a huge deep sea demon whale king. In the original work, Tang Xin almost couldn't resist. But after all, the opponent's method of killing the deep sea demonic whale king was too cruel. The resentment towards Tang Xin must be greater than it is now, so Huang Wei was very relaxed. At this time, the Poseidon's heart on its body exudes a halo. The owner of the Poseidon's heart has the ability to purify and deter all evil, and now it plays a major role. Moreover, the amplitude of the spiritual power that Huang Wei's 100,000-year-old head soul bone brought to him was extremely huge. In the spiritual sea, Huang Wei directly launched the 100,000-year supergrowth head soul bone skill, Death Spirit Tide, against the resentment of the deep sea demonic whale king, who was equalized or even suppressed. This is a soul skill that uses a large-scale impact and explosion of light. It's just that the name doesn't sound like it. At this moment, a mysterious symbol of swastika appeared in front of the light. The power of light becomes huge in an instant. After the collision. After resisting the resentment of the deep sea demonic whale king for a breath, it was directly dispersed. Taking this opportunity, Huang Wei quickly activated the power in his body. Absorb this golden million-year soul ring. This seemed to happen in an instant, but in fact it did take a long time outside. Bosexy, who was watching Huang Wei's face change one after another outside, also became a little worried. However, I felt that the other party had calmed down, and I was inexplicably relieved the moment the golden soul ring appeared on my body. If she knew that the person in front of her was the holy son of Wuhan Palace, she would go crazy and want to kill him. It's just a pity that she missed the only chance to kill Huang Wei, and she was destined to be unable to kill him in her life. In Huang Wei, terrifying soul power surged. Red gold 9 soul rings appeared that exuded an aura that made Bosexy suffocate. Moreover, Huang Wei's soul power continued to surge out. Bosexy could feel it. The opponent's 90 level soul power level increased rapidly. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. He stopped just after reaching level 99. Her pupils were constricted. It has been improved by 9 levels. You must know that he is a titled Douluo now, and the soul power required for each level is unimaginable, and he can continuously advance to 9 levels. She calmed down in the next second. After all, this was a million-year soul ring. No one has ever absorbed that. Unknown things can happen. At this time, Huang Wei slowly opened his eyes, feeling the improvement of his own strength. Not being promoted to level 10 was something he expected. After all, in the original work, Chen Xin did not absorb this one after absorbing so many spirit rings for a million years. It's just that he has reached the peerless Douluo level. But his eyes were looking at the soul bones and inner elixir in front of him. As long as he absorbs the soul bone, it is very likely that he can go one step further. The trunk bone is what he is missing now. Kill the deep sea demonic whale king alone, add the last spirit ring of the martial spirit, and reach the title of Douluo. Congratulations on completing the 8th Poseidon test. The 9th test of Poseidon will begin next. Find the heart of Poseidon and inherit the throne of Poseidon. The time limit is 4 years. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Chapter 154. It is the ethereal voice of Poseidon. Chapter 194. Its rewards is the heart of Poseidon, the one you mentioned before. Huang Wei looked at Bosexy and asked. Bosexy nodded. Yes, but she narrowed her eyes and looked at Huang Wei and said, maybe you can go back and inherit the throne now. Why? I haven't found the heart of the Poseidon. Huang Wei showed a puzzled look and then suddenly realized, could it be that you have found the heart of the Poseidon on the Poseidon Island? Bosexy shook his head and said, no, because just when you absorbed the soul ring, I felt the aura of Poseidon's heart emanating from you. Huang Wei pretended to be puzzled and took out the vast sea universe cover from the soul guide. You don't mean this, right, Bosexy's pupils suddenly shrank and said, yes, that's it. The heart of Poseidon. How did you get it? Huang Wei said, it doesn't matter how I find it. What's important is that it's in my hands now. Is it definitely the heart of Poseidon? Yes, that's it. I'm sure. Bosexy didn't ask further questions. The Poseidon's heart, which had been missing for a long time, was found, and it was found by the young man in front of him in advance. It seemed like it was destiny. He is destined to inherit the position of Poseidon. Okay. Huang Wei nodded and took it back. Now, you can go back with me and inherit the position of Poseidon. Bosexy said. Huang Wei said, don't you worry, wait until I absorb this soul bone first. The chance of inheriting the position of Poseidon will be greatly improved. Okay. Bosexy nodded. So Huang Wei began to absorb the million-year-old torso bones of the deep sea demonic whale king. He knew that the soul of the deep sea demonic whale king was not dead and was hidden in the torso. When he was waiting for him to inherit the throne, he planned to find an opportunity to seize his body and become the god of the sea himself. Huang Wei doesn't need to worry about any of this. Just a soul. When the time comes, he can just seal it. Soon the time of a stick of incense passed. Huang Wei has completed absorbing the trunk bones. The next second, soul power surged. A magical scene appeared. Mysterious runes appeared, and while the turtle transformed into a torso bone, it swallowed the soul of the still weak deep sea demonic whale king, using it as feedback to enhance his mental power. This scene happened so suddenly that even Huang Wei was surprised. He didn't expect such an operation to happen. It was really awesome. Then his brain began to experience severe pain, and his brain area soared rapidly. It gave him a splitting headache, but he knew it was a good thing, and if he could bear it, his mental power would make him a god. Gods, in essence, are just more powerful mortals, still in a certain realm. Another stick of incense passed by, and Huang Wei's mental power was released instantly. It was so big that it enveloped the entire sky of Douluo star in an instant. Every plant and tree enters his vision, a true god's perspective. The height of his mental power is terrifyingly higher than imagined, and his cultivation level has been promoted to the 99th level, the peak Palace Douluo. It can also be said to be a demigod without a god. Now he can easily kill both Saixi when facing him point at the same time. All the soul bones in his body were exposed point connected piece by piece and assembled together. The soul bone of his head also appeared and enveloped the entire head. Finally, a gorgeous and domineering soul bone armor was formed. It is also commonly known as the soul bone package. The terrifying aura spread and has reached the level of gods. It's just a pity that there is no god position and cannot be online. But there will be soon. Both Saixi felt suffocated and felt very small in front of the armor. Huang Wei was relieved of his current state. At the same time, the system voice also rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the 8th test. The gift package rewards are distributed. Congratulations to the host for completing the 8th test. The gift package rewards are distributed. To the host for killing the deep sea demonic whale king. The special reward is to upgrade the whole body soul bones to 1,000,000 years old. The original 1,000,000-year-old soul bones cannot be upgraded. It has been converted into a gift package and placed in the system space. The host can choose the time to upgrade. Just click to summon it. Huang Wei was extremely excited and quickly put away the inner elixir. Don't be in a hurry. Use it when you inherit the throne of God and give Poseidon a surprise point. However, at this moment, Huang Wei felt a Xuan Wu icon appear in his sea of spiritual consciousness. Moreover, his Wuhan black turtle mutated at this moment. Evolved, became Xuan Wu. This Xuan Wu is definitely not the kind of garbage Xuan Wu that Douluo continent knows, but it is a Xuan Wu of ancient mythology described in the classic of mountains and seas, very alike, real Xuan Wu. This idea appeared in his mind. A piece of information floated over and was digested immediately. Sure enough, this is a god, and a god who has been exempted from his test point. After inheriting the Poseidon deity, you can directly inherit this divine position. To achieve the effect of dual gods there are no side effects, and the most important thing is that this is a god that surpasses the level of a god king, but its level has not reached that level. This level beyond the God King is just a qualification and talent for cultivation. It can also be understood that this god's powerful status is higher than that of the God King. Xuan Wu God. This Xuan Wu God truly belongs to him and cannot be passed down. And if you want to retire from the god realm, you must pass on the Poseidon to the next one. This is the difference between Xuan Wu God and Poseidon. There is also a Xuan Wu God that Poseidon has. And there is also a Xuan Wu god that Poseidon does not have. Its defense will be even more formidable as long as it is cultivated to the level of a first level god. Even the supreme god King Shura, who is the most powerful god in the divine world, will not be able to break through its defense with all his strength. Complete restraint, complete counter injury. Ignore any attack that has the ability to ignore defense. No rush, just refrigerate it first. Let's wait until he becomes the god of the sea and ascends to the god realm. You can't run away anyway. Huang Wei summoned the character panel and couldn't wait to see the new news. Host, Huang Wei martial spirit, Xuan Wei, semi-Xuan Wu, talent, turtle's longevity, endless life, and integration of ring's lifespan. 200,000 identity, holy son of Wuhan palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. 99 peak Palace Douluo demigod, can reach the gods directly after opening the armor. Mental power, level 3 god physical strength, quasi level 2 god self divine status, Xuan Wu god, divine quality above god king, super growth, no upper limit, current status has not been inherited, current artifact, Poseidon trident soul skills. Defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical hit, 4 levels of turtle shell enhancement, turtle shell savings, armor spirit space, turtle void destruction, infinite black turtle cannon, black turtle gravity field, black turtle true body, and the wrath of the sky. Xuanwu 9 transformations. Xuanwu destroyed the world. Soul bones. 1. 200,000-year-old soft bone rabbit rhydon bone, turtle version, can grow, skills, teleportation, invincible golden body. 2. Ice and Fire Dragon King divine bone, turtle version, ice, and Fire Dragon King attack, absolute zero, absolute flame destruction. 3. 200,000-year-old water light lotus right leg bone, turtle version, can grow, water shadow light body. 4. 200,000-year evil killer whale shark left leg bone, turtle version, can grow, growth, evil killer whale slash. 5. 100,000 years super growth head soul bone, death spirit tide. 6. Million years deep sea demon whale king trunk bone, turtle version can grow, wrath demon whale kill, divine power conversion, magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil point abilities, aura of a superior person, immune to the might of a titled Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 100 cultivation speed, 20% system warehouse, 8th test gift pack, soul bone enhancement million year gift pack. Chapter 195 all attack Haotian sect. Congratulations, you are a demigod. Bosake's tone was filled with envy. Huang Wei opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Good luck. Bosake was speechless for a moment. This is too much. Most people will be heartbroken after hearing this, and may even curse at their mother. Bosake immediately changed the subject. Let's go back. Now that you have obtained the heart of Poseidon, you are eligible to start the 9th test. Huang Wei thought for a while and said, okay, let's set off. The two quickly returned to Poseidon Island. On the way back, Huang Wei used the spiritual power of the 3rd level god to spread. I want to try to find the whereabouts of the Haotian sect or Tangsan. Observe all living beings in Douluo star with God's vision. After the merger of the Star Luo Empire and the Xiandao Empire, the Spirit Empire formed was very large. He saw many undercurrents. Upon closer inspection, I found that these people were all following the orders of a certain force. His spiritual power swept across the high and hidden valleys and mountains in the original Star Luo Empire. When they arrived at Poseidon Island, they happened to find a mountain range that exuded the aura of a very powerful spirit beast. Chapter 155. If you look closely, you will see that the shape of this mountain range is a bit strange, with 5 fingers. He came back to his senses with a look of surprise on his face and a meaningful smile because he discovered an interesting place. There is a hidden sect in that 5 fingers mountain range. After a brief scan, I found that the hands of those training were all hammers. It is very likely that it is a hidden Haotian sect. Finally, this holy son has found you. He laughed inwardly. Suddenly, he stopped and said, Master, I suddenly remembered that there is another matter on the mainland that I need to deal with. The time limit for the 9th Poseidon test is 4 years. There is no rush. Bosake was stunned. He couldn't catch this guy. He was switching back and forth too quickly, right? Yes, as long as you can come back within 4 years, that's fine. She nodded. Huang Wei turned around and left. Suddenly, Bosake called out to him. Please wait a moment. Huang Wei was puzzled and stopped, looking at Bosake with a puzzled look on his face. Is there something wrong with the great enshrinement? Bosake shook his hand, his face a little troubled, but he still said, Future Lord Poseidon, can you please do me a favor? Huang Wei blinked and said with a smile, it's rare that a great minister would ask me. Well, then I must do it. This plot never appeared in the original work. All this must have something to do with myself. Bosake said, in the past, under the gods, there were 3 peerless Douluo. One was me, one was Qian Daoliu from Wuhan Palace, and the other was Tang Chen from Haotian sect. I wonder if you can, after returning to the mainland, can you help me find out about Haotian sect Tang Chen? He is missing. Huang Wei asked knowingly. Bo Seixi sighed and shook his head slightly. I don't know, so I am begging you, even if there is only a hint of information. Huang Wei didn't ask any more questions. Having read the original work, he naturally knew where that guy Tang Chen was now, right in the city of killing. And this time, when he went back, in addition to destroying the Haoshan sect and sealing Tang San, he also wanted to visit the killing city. If he goes to the killing city, he can get 100 kills in half a year. Extremely easy. He wanted to kill Tang Chen and absorb the blood red 9-headed Bat King from him. This is also a god level soul beast, do not miss it, and that 10-headed blazing sun snake. In the end, the entire killing city was destroyed. As for the evil soul master, his essence does not actually originate from the killing city, but his martial soul is randomly determined. In other words, everything depends on fate. Huang Wei nodded. Okay, I will pay attention. Thank you. Bo Seixi nodded. Huang Wei turned and left. Bo Seixi also returned to the worship hall. Huang Wei, who had now become a demigod, flew easily. Flying directly towards the mainland at very fast speed. At the same time, he contacted Huan and sent the information that Haoshan sect had been discovered back to the Wuhan Empire. Now, in the entire Wuhan Empire, including Huang Wei, there are a total of 4 peerless Douluo, the other 3 are Kai and Daoliu. Bibi Dong, Phantom Knight Milu, the demigod, and the 99 level peerless Douluo are actually at the same level, and they are both people who have not yet reached the 100th level. At the same time, there are many contrasts, and there are also many title Douluo. Because after a unification, although there will be internal undercurrents, it is still very simple for the Spirit Empire to resolve them. Huan came to the Pope's palace in Wuhan City and told Bibi Dong the news. Bibi Dong instantly became excited after hearing this. Zhao Wei discovered Haoshan sect. It's so great. Assemble the martial spirit army and head to the valley designated by the Holy Sun. Huang Wei. The mission is to destroy the people of Haoshan sect. Huan nodded and immediately disappeared into the hall. Soon, the Wuhan Legion quickly dispatched, and the number of soul Douluo and title Douluo was astonishing. They all flew towards one place. Around that place within the Haoshan sect, the faces of everyone in the Haoshan sect changed drastically as they felt a huge sense of oppression. The sect leader Tang Zhao's expression was even more gloomy. His current cultivation level was not low, and he also had the cultivation level of a peerless Douluo. All of this is related to Tang Hao's great luck. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this level in just a few years. Feeling the aura emanating from Tang Zhao's body, everyone's expressions turned grim. Tang Zhao's voice was extremely cold and cold. We were eventually discovered, but that's fine. It's time for Wuhan Palace to pay for my brother's life. Haoshan sect. The new generation of bloodline disciples leave immediately through the back door. The rest of you, follow me and fight out. The Wuhan Palace has come to attack our Haoshan sect. Kill as many as you can. Then he gave the order directly. At this time, Tang San's figure stepped out from the crowd. Now, with the help of the Five Fingers mountain range, its cultivation has reached the Soul Emperor level. And he entered the Wazi Mountains and saw the Lingshan Holy Monkey himself, who was suppressed by the seal. Moreover, after 100,000 years of time passed by the Holy Monkey, all the powerful energy was refined by himself and converted into a kind of divine inheritance. Its strength is far more than 100,000 years old, and it is a special existence. He also took a fancy to Tang San and chose to pass on the divine status of Lingshan Sacred Monkey to him. Tang San is currently going through the 9 spiritual heaven examinations. As long as the 9 tests are completed, you can directly inherit the position of this god. This position is the transformation and condensation of Lingshan Holy Monkey's lifelong skills, and has not been certified in the divine world. He who belongs to the new generation, and does not belong to the divine realm. The other party also told Tang San about this matter. Tang San didn't mind, as long as he could quickly increase his strength and become stronger. He could kill the Spirit Hall and the Holy Sun. His biggest wish now is to destroy the new Spirit Empire. None of them in the Haitian sect expected that Wuhan Palace would destroy Xiandao and Xingluo so quickly and form a unity point. And since the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace has completely merged the Star Luo Empire with Xiandao Point, it's really terrible. Tang Xin also felt a terrible sense of urgency. I feel like a crisis will come at any time, so I don't dare to neglect it. Chapter 196 Visiting Haitian sect in person. Currently Tang Xin is still undergoing the 9 spiritual heaven examinations deep in the Five Fingers Mountains, silently practicing, completely unaware that the Haitian sect's current disaster has begun. Except for those new students of designated age who escaped from the back door, the rest of the Haitian sect followed Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haitian sect and the only peerless Douluo, to go out to join the battle. It was to kill the invading Spirit Empire. In terms of military strength, we are completely outnumbered. Wu and Imilu faced off against Tang Xiao, a peerless Douluo. Both sides were surprised. They didn't expect that the other party could reach this point in such a short period of time. The rest must have been incredible. Wu and Imilu was thinking that if he could take back such an adventure and give it to the Holy Sun, it would be considered as repaying the kindness. So the fighting became more and more fierce. At the same time, the other titled Douluo in the Wuhan Empire also approached the other elders of the Haitian sect to restrain them. Under the siege of numerous troops, the Haitian sect was retreating steadily. Boom. At this moment, the earth was shaken, and the valley collapsed. The confrontation between the two peerless Douluo was extremely fierce. No one else dared to get close. Wu and Imilu enjoyed this kind of confrontation very much. But seeing the Haitian sect being outnumbered, retreating steadily, and suffering heavy casualties, Tang Xiao felt extremely anxious. He decisively used the ring exploding effect of the Great Sumeru Hammer, hoping to get rid of Wu and Imilu's restraints and rescue them. Wu and Imilu's expression condensed, and he did not dare to underestimate the explosive ring from the Great Sumeru Hammer, which was at the peerless Douluo level. After directly activating the martial soul's true form, he established himself in an invincible position, and then used the 100,000-year-old soul bone of the Titan ape on his body to directly face him with the 9th soul skill. Therefore, there were previous scenes of the earth shaking, the mountains collapsing, and the ground cracking, and the sky shaking. Sect Master, please leave us alone and take the younger generation away. We old guys will die together with these Wuhan Empire bullshit, and I will give you a chance to leave. As long as you don't die, our Haitian sect will never be destroyed. The elders who were seriously injured sent messages with their souls one after another. They already knew that the Haitian sect could not escape the destruction of the Spirit Empire and would die anyway, so they planned to self-destruct and die together with the other party. No. When Tang Xiao heard this, he was instantly shocked. Sect Master, this is the only way right now, and it's the only one. Our old guy's mission has arrived, and we'll leave it to you. Several elders who were still alive vomited blood and transmitted messages again. Seeing their miserable state, Tang Xiao was heartbroken and finally replied with grief, "Elders, take care. I will definitely find an opportunity to avenge you in the future." The elders were very happy, igniting their last life force, using their soul power as a bridge to pull them. Their bodies continued to expand, and they rushed directly towards the titled Douluo and the army of the Spirit Empire. No, they are going to self-destruct, defend and dodge quickly. After Wu and Imilu was repelled, he also understood how powerful Tang Xiao was, but the opponent was also injured under his attack. Now seeing the unusual looks of several Haitian sect elders, I instantly realized something was wrong. The self-destructive energy of a titled Douluo with several lives is no joke. Want to blow yourself up? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Did I allow it? However, at this moment, a voice that sounded like an immortal sounded from the sky. A blue light with a golden halo pierced through the bodies of all the elders who were about to self-destruct like a gourd. Flesh and bones splashed, screams continued, and their ever-expanding bodies quickly flattened into deflated human balloons. He failed to self-destruct and died in despair, falling from the mouth point. The blue light fell on the land of Haitian sect. The terrifying power spread, and several cracks appeared in the entire valley. The original form of light is a trident. It's the Poseidon trident. A figure slowly descended from the sky in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was banged. Point in the end, Huang Wei's feet stepped on the tail end of the trident. Point his body exuded 9 dazzling soul rings that suppressed the entire audience. Point red gold. 2. Horrible. Everyone gasped, feeling suffocated. Point it was as if all the oxygen in the air around him had disappeared and he couldn't breathe in it. Point everyone in the Wuhan Empire knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. See the sun, the holy son of Wuhan Palace. He has grown to such an extent. Golden soul ring. What year is it from? 8. Red 100,000-year-old soul ring. At this moment, even the peerless Douluo Tang Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and an inexplicable strong fear arose in his heart. He suppressed it like crazy. Everyone in the Wuhan Empire needs to step back. It's time for this holy sun to follow. Huang Wei looked with indifferent eyes at the Haitian sect members who were still lingering, as well as the so-called peerless Douluo Tang Xiao. Point he was a little surprised that the other party could become a peerless Douluo, but he soon let it go. It must have something to do with the way of heaven. Point the god who was watching the show in the heavenly space was very nervous. He can no longer take action now. He just couldn't understand why the holy son of Wuhandian was so perverted. The opponent already has the aura of Poseidon on his body. If he takes action again, Poseidon will find out. He is no match for Poseidon. He will definitely be invited to drink tea at the Law Enforcement Hall of the God Realm Committee. Point at that time, I really won't be able to eat and walk around. Fortunately, Tang Xin has not been discovered. There is still hope. I can't help you anymore. Everything depends on you. He looked deep into the Wazi Mountains and sighed. Huanimalu waved his hand and immediately asked everyone in the Wuhan Empire to surround the Haitian sect valley and retreat to the outermost area. Because he knows that if the Holy Sun takes action, even if Tang Xiao is a peerless Douluo, no matter how awesome he is, there will only be one result, and that is death. All of them are no match for the Sun. Tang Xiao, I, the Holy Sun, will make a bet with you. As long as you win, all the people in the Haitian sect can live, including you. What do you think? Huang Wei looked at Tang Xiao thoughtfully. Everyone was stunned and couldn't figure out what this guy was going to do. Tang Xiao looked at the dead elders, grief-stricken, then looked at the severely injured Haitian sect disciples and the Haitian sect valley that was so damaged. His eyes were red with anger, and his anger reached the extreme. Okay, I'll bet with you. I hope you keep your word, Tang Xiao said angrily. Huang Wei's tone was calm. I always keep my word. As long as you win, I will definitely let you go and stop entangling me. What's the problem? If the land of Haitian sect becomes independent for you, well, tell me your bet. Tang Xiao was angry and roared in a low voice. He has no way out. If he doesn't accept this bet, relying on this existence that makes him a peerless Douluo, fearful and cooperating with the frightening Spirit Empire army outside the Haitian sect, the titled Douluo and the known as a peerless Douluo, the Haitian sect's fate today will definitely be to destroy his master. And not all the people from the Wuhan Empire came this time. At least Pope Bibi Dong didn't come, and that kind Douluo, for a sect to go against a martial Spirit Empire is just nonsense. Moreover, the Haitian sect is still without several titled Douluo. Haitian sect cannot afford the loss. After finishing Douluo Lower Realm, I will write the story of the God Realm, as well as the heavens and realms of the universe here. Chapter 197. Tang Xiaoyan, Haitian destroyed, and Tang Xin sealed Huang Wei. He said, we are fighting alone. As long as you can hurt me, you will win. Ha ha ha. Arrogant. Okay, I promise you. Tang Xiao instantly felt that he had been humiliated, but now he had to endure it. He had no choice but to retreat. If he ran alone, he could do it at any time, but he couldn't do such a thing. Moreover, He had not found any trace of Tang Xin among the crowd, so he must still be in the Huazi Mountains. He was still aware of the changes in Tang Xin's body, but he didn't ask too much. Huang Wei jumped up and left a message. Before the outcome is known, watch them run, and you are the only one to ask. Yes. The Spirit Empire army nodded. Huang Wei and Tang Xiao soared into the sky. Tang Xiao unleashed his 7th martial spirit, Haoshan's incarnation. Wielding the big Sumeru hammer, he performs random splitting and wind hammering techniques. He also wanted to see how powerful this holy son of the Spirit Empire, who frightened him simply in terms of his aura, was. The 9 changes of Xuanwu. The first change of mountains and rivers. Huang Wei waved the Poseidon trident, carrying the powerful power of mountains and rivers. The phantom of the semi-basaltic martial spirit was extremely huge and materialized on his body. Tang Xiao's expression suddenly changed, and out of instinct, he chose to explode the second soul ring on his body. Fall with twice the strength. He directly faced the Poseidon trident. Loud bang. Tang Xiao's body was shaky, but Huang Wei was as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. His face relaxed. Tang Xiao felt that it was not enough, so he woke up and blew up the 3rd soul ring on his body. Not enough. The 4th soul ring exploded. The 5th soul ring exploded. The 6th soul ring exploded. The 7th soul ring, the 8th soul ring, and the 9th soul ring all exploded. Now, plus the ring explosion he had against Huan Wei before, all 9 rings had been blown up. The power of the great Sumeru hammer has reached a semi-god level. Very horrible. But Huang Wei was not afraid at all. His face remained unchanged. Finally able to fight against the Poseidon trident. Tang Xiao saw hope. The second change is the change of mountains and seas. As the light sound of Huang Wei sounded, the entire sky was shaken. The power of the mountains and seas materialized. The terrifying power of the sea appeared around, and huge mountains appeared, blessing the Poseidon trident. With just one blow, Tang Xiao's big Sumeru hammer was penetrated, and huge force hit Tang Xiao. Puff. Tang Xiao's face was ferocious, and he vomited blood under the pain and distortion. The inside of his body, internal organs, blood vessels, and bones were turbulent and shattered. The big Sumeru hammer was like stubborn tofu, shattering into pieces in the sky, spreading all over the sky. His body was like a kite with broken strings, directly hitting the valley of Haoshan sect, all the way down, until the final loud roar. The emperor was shaken, and half of the valley of Haoshan sect collapsed. Is the battle over? At this moment, everyone had a thought. Tang Xiao was defeated so easily, as expected of the Holy Sun. Tang Xiao easily defeated the peerless Douluo. Huan Wei side. In the sky, Huang Wei stared indifferently below. Covered by spiritual thoughts, a figure with most of its heart missing was lying in the valley. This figure has no life left, and all its soul power has disappeared. Already dead. Tang Xiao died. Hey, the enemy is too strong, Agent Xiandao said sadly, slowly putting away the soul of the dead Tang Xiao. I'm sorry, your sect master lost, so your fate is to die. Huang Wei withdrew his spiritual thoughts and looked down at the Haoshan sect disciples who were still lingering. No, I don't believe that the sect master lost. Yes, we don't believe it. We will never compromise. The people of Haoshan sect have not surrendered. We will fight to the death. The Haoshan sect disciples were distraught and shouted angrily. Dry tongue. Huang Wei waved his hand, and a terrifying force instantly crushed them. In an instant, they were all crushed and exploded. Bang 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 bang. The scene is miserable, but this is what the unification must do, to eliminate all non-cooperation. Only in this way can the unified Wuhan Empire enter a truly peaceful and prosperous era. As long as everyone cooperates, everything will be easy to talk about. Everyone takes over the territory of Haoshan sect. From now on, this is the territory of Wuhan Empire. Huang Wei looked at the Wuhan Empire army. Yes. Chapter 157. The army shouted in unison and their morale was high. They rushed into Haoshan sect one after another. Huang Wei looked at the Huazi Mountains. There was something interesting there. He teleported directly towards that direction. Scanning with his spiritual mind, he found Tang San's figure there. Now that he has found Tang San, damn it, what should I do? What should I do? The acting god of heaven panicked, but he is the son of the plane, so he should not die. The acting god of heaven was not sure. He wanted to take action, but at this moment there was already a pair of eyes paying attention to it, and the owner of those eyes was none other than Poseidon, the god of the sea. As long as he dares to take action, Poseidon, the god of the sea, will definitely inform the divine realm law enforcement all about this matter, or take action against him directly. So he didn't dare to gamble. I can only close my eyes and hope. Huang Wei came to the Wazi Mountains and felt that there was magical power here. Huang Wei chuckled and murmured, as expected of the son of the three faces of Tang Dynasty, I have robbed so much of him and destroyed so much, but he can still have divine power, and it is near Haotian sect. There is no such thing in the original work of Tang Xin, who was taking the 9 Lingshan examinations in the Five Fingers Mountains, suddenly opened his eyes and felt a strong sense of death crisis. Cold sweat remained on his forehead. The voice of the holy monkey from Lingshan rang in his spiritual sea, telling him that a powerful enemy was coming and telling him to run quickly and not to die. Otherwise it will die. Really no one can know about Lingshan gods. It is unwilling to give in. And it wants to fight the god realm again. Tang Xin ran away. Want to run? Huang Wei smiled and raised his hand. He didn't mind smashing this somewhat mysterious Five Fingers mountain range directly, because he didn't care about these broken mountains at all. The terrifying power suppressed, the weak divine power attached to the mountain was instantly broken, and the mountain quickly collapsed. Boom. He turned into a blue stream of light, took the Poseidon trident, and rushed directly into the collapsed mountain, shooting out a huge hole. There was one more person in Huang Wei's hands. It was Tang Xin. At this moment, he was suppressed and completely unable to move. He was just smashed into the mountain in front by Huang Wei. He felt the bones of his body being broken, and the pain swept over him and enveloped his heart. Big mouthfuls of blood spurted out from Tang Xin's mouth. Tang Xin, we meet again. Huang Wei looked at him with a bright smile. This time, no one can save you. Why, I'm like an ant in front of you. You shouldn't treat me like this. Tang Xin felt the aura emanating from Huang Wei's body. He was extremely frightened, and his scalp was numb. He didn't expect that. He thought he had the spirit of the gods. With recognition, his cultivation will advance quickly, and he will be able to take revenge soon. But the opponent is indeed faster than him, and it was already a point that he couldn't cross. He has the aura of Poseidon. This time, God is going to finish me off. I want to give in. The spirit heaven holy monkey was angry and helpless in Tang Xin's spiritual sea, and finally roared, destined to be enemies, I will naturally kill you. Do you need a reason? Huang Wei said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being, because your soul is very weird, so I plan to seal you until one day I can actually kill you. After Huang Wei finished speaking, he ducked out of the way and came to Tang Xin, grabbed his head with one hand and pressed it to the ground to rub it. Huang Wei, if I don't die, I will make you pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price. Tang Xin wailed as he was rubbed, grief-stricken. In the face of absolute strength, he is as weak as an ant. Huang Wei showed a ferocious smile. Extremely crazy. Don't worry, you won't have such a chance. I will use the soul ring skill of your most beloved person to completely seal you. Turtle. Null. Destroy. His voice was low and hoarse, like a devil, torturing people's minds. When the last word fell, a red light flashed across his eyes. The space around Tang Xin was distorted, and his entire body was absorbed and rolled into a green sphere. Disappear in this world. Chapter 198. The City of Killing. The King of Killing. It's gone. It's really gone. That guy didn't kill Tang Xin. That power just sealed him. Where is the seal? In his fourth spirit ring. Agent Xiandao looked extremely solemn and desperate. His performance was in ruins. Forget it, I don't care anymore. After successfully sealing Tang Xin in the Five Fingers mountain range, he checked the rune space and made sure it was complete, and he felt much better. The real opponent has been taken care of by him, so no one will come to them for revenge. Even the person who comes for revenge is not the protagonist of the plane. The problems are not big. In an instant, Huang Wei felt much better. The Wuhan army has been plundering the Haotian sect. Clean the battlefield and arrange for people to come and stand guard. 7. Treasure Glazed Sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and Haotian Sect have all been destroyed by me. The next 4 sects have all submitted to the Spirit Empire, and the sect leaders have broken through to the title Douluo one after another. Then, the only ones left are the Stardow Forest, the Killing City and the Vast Sea City. It's like starting from the Killing City. After Huang Wei collected his troops, he set off directly to the city of Killing Point. This is also the news he got from directly going to Bibi Dong Point. After all, there is still some cooperation between the Slaughter City and Wuhan Palace. For example, food delivery is the most direct cooperative relationship point. Huang Wei's goal is the King of Slaughter Tang Chen must die point. This is why he directly promised Bo Saisi to help find him point, but it didn't say that they were taken alive point. The same goes for the dead. The other party has to sacrifice anyway. When the time comes, he will die, and there is no need to know anything. Even if you know it, it's useless. And when she learned that Tang Chen was dead, she definitely had no intention of continuing to live point. This is very beneficial to Huang Wei point. City of Killing. He arrived here quickly point. Entering here is a chaotic social order. He was assassinated several times, but those who assassinated him all rebounded and died point. Huang Wei's divine thoughts are very cool in the Killing City. A red soul ring appears on his body, and he will use suppressive soul skills on all targeted targets. Crush it alive point. As for those buildings, they were also destroyed point. Ahead is a collapsed in point. Huang Wei walked over step by step point. The boards and bricks beneath his feet were broken point. Everyone here is dead point. He remembered that the entrance to the Killing City was on the side of the shopkeeper. After crushing it, there was indeed an intersection point. He teleported indirectly point. Soon we came to a dark space filled with the smell of death and sin point. Ahead is a huge black door closed tightly point. At this time, a girl in black gauze came out and said in a low tone, "Newcomers, you need to drink a glass of Bloody Mary to enter the Killing City. You have never drunk the smell of Bloody Mary. I don't know how to drink that kind of rubbish. Let the King of Slaughter come out and see me." Huang Wei looked indifferent point. Without further ado, a soul ring with 9 extremely abnormal rings on its body appeared, and a huge semi-basaltic black turtle appeared. The terrifying pressure pressed directly on the black-veiled woman. Seeing and feeling this, the woman in the black veil suddenly shrank her pupils, and her face under the black veil was extremely frightened point. His body couldn't help but tremble. No matter how strong you are, after you enter the Killing City, your soul rings and soul skills will not be able to be used. Don't be too arrogant. The girl in black gauze warned in a low voice. Haha, really? Forget it. I changed my mind and went to see the King of Slaughter myself. Huang Wei raised his hand, shot out of the abyss in a circle, and shot a water column directly at the huge black door in front of him. The speed was very fast and the move was so sudden that the girl in black gauze had no time to react. The door behind him boomed and was destroyed. Huang Wei's figure appeared in front of her, looking at her with a smile on his face, and said, "Let's go. Take me there, or I will kill you." The murderous intention completely enveloped the girl in black gauze point. The girl in black gauze felt that she was extremely small, and it would be easy for the other party to kill her. His body was trembling with fear. The man in front of him was a big devil, a devil, inhumane. Sir, please come with me. I will take you to the location of the King of Slaughter now." In the end, the girl in black veil was shocked and cooperated obediently. The gate of the Killing City was blasted open, and the huge noise also attracted the eyes of the fallen ones inside. They all wanted to rush out point, but there is no doubt that they were all killed by Huang Wei. Even the Black Iron Knight, who was not restricted by the rules in the Killing City, rushed over and wanted to capture Huang Wei. Chapter 158. Here, for those soul masters who cannot use soul rings and soul skills, they are not afraid at all. Here they are heaven and earth. Huge power. In the Slaughter City, all movements in the Slaughter City cannot escape the attention of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, the King of Slaughter. Now it was lazily leaning on the seat in the palace, looking faintly in the direction of the Black Gate, the capital of Killing Point, just in time to see the scene of the girl in black veil leading a young man in, and the broken pieces of the black door at the bottom. Followed by the scene of the fallen beings being mercilessly crushed to death. Then came the situation where the Black Iron Knights appeared to persuade them to retreat point. The black veiled girl looked horrified and immediately stopped the attack of the group of Black Iron Knights in front of her. But it was really too late. Huang Wei took the lead and teleported in front of them, using his soul bone skills to punch them one by one and blow their heads off. This scene is a feast for the eyes. Huang Wei just tried to mobilize the power of the soul ring and found that now he can completely ignore the rules here, probably because he is a demigod or because he is favored by the power of Poseidon. No matter what, he is still invincible here. The reason why I didn't use soul skills was because I was too lazy to use them. When he saw Huang Wei, the blood red 9-headed Bat King revealed his eyes. What a delicious body, countless times better than this. If I can take it away, it will be a very good result. In an instant, he had the idea of Huang Wei's body. Wait, why does he have the aura of God on his body? The blood red 9-headed Bat King was stunned for a second. He sniffed and smelled the familiar aura of divine power on Huang Wei. He narrowed his eyes, wanting to peek at Huang Wei. But the next second, Huang Wei noticed it and directly caught the peeper's position. Sure enough, he is the inheritor of the gods, and he has been discovered. The King of Slaughter's expression condensed. He had already guessed the identity of the person. I found you. Huang Wei looked towards the center, took a step forward, and flew directly towards that direction. Hey, wait, where are you going? The girl in black gauze quickly followed up and flew up. This guy's also a titled Douluo, and he really hides it. In the original work, he cultivated her strength. Why there is no detailed introduction? Huang Wei was very fast, even she couldn't catch up. By the time he caught up, he had reached the top of the central palace stairs early. Looking at the huge palace door ahead, Huang Wei spoke indifferently. The King of Slaughter. No, it should be the blood red 9-headed Bat King. Come out and die. Chapter 199. Destroy it in the capital of killing. In the palace of the King of Killing. The King of Killing looked at the newcomer coming this way. The eyes reveal greed and desire. When you really want to see what tricks the other party wants to play. I saw the other party's footsteps stopped in front of the main hall. Hearing such words that made him angry came into his ears. Damn these arrogant people. You really think that, just because you are the inheritor of a god, you can be so arrogant here? Suddenly, he flew into a rage, and the goblet containing Bloody Mary that was shaking in his hand was instantly crushed by his powerful soul power. etc. Suddenly, the King of Slaughter narrowed his eyes and thought of something. His eyelids and meridians couldn't help but twitch, and he murmured in shock, "Isn't this damn brat one of the gods' assessment of him just to kill me?" The next second, he snorted coldly. This was very possible. Otherwise, how could the other party rush directly towards this direction as soon as he entered the killing city and also knew his true identity? I have to say, it really shocked him at first. His eyes were filled with scarlet and ruthless blood. No matter which god you are, if you want me to be this damn kid's whetstone, you have an idea. This place is my territory, and I control everything. Let this little devil perish here. I'll take his body too. Ha ha ha. Greed. Desires to laugh like crazy. At that time, not only will he get a new body, but he will also be able to slap that abominable god in the face. It really kills two birds with one stone. In a flash, the figure of the Slaughter King disappeared inside and appeared in the sky outside the palace. The chilling and cold air emanating from his body made the entire area already filled with the aura of killing become even more terrifying. This guy is the King of Slaughter? He took away the body of that old boy Tang Chen. Looking at him, Huang Wei flew into the sky and ignored the scolding of the girl in black gauze. "Little devil, are you here to kill me?" The King of Slaughter laughed ferociously. In the killing city, this scene here was also discovered by some other fallen ones. When they sensed that the terrifying King of Slaughter had come out, they all trembled with fear, and at the same time, they also gave compliments. The King of Slaughter turns out to be mentally retarded. Huang Wei's eyes were indifferent, and he raised his hand to sacrifice the Poseidon trident. He didn't bother to fight with this guy anymore and showed his murderous intention, so he just took action. Looking at the trident that appeared, the pupils of the blood red 9-headed Bat King suddenly shrank. God's breath. His eyes were blazing. This is a god, and the god of Poseidon. As a soul beast close to the god level, it naturally knows about the existence of Poseidon. His eyes instantly became serious, and he immediately unfolded the huge blood red bat wings behind him, raised his hand to condense the blood red longsword, and its power instantly increased, colliding with the Poseidon trident. Uncertain storm. Huang Wei used the Poseidon Trident skill. The Poseidon Trident shone brightly, and a wave of Poseidon's power directly restrained Tang Chen's entire body. He saw that Tang Chen's sword and soul power were rapidly weakened, and the long sword disappeared directly. The Poseidon Trident hit him, and a severe pain swept through his body, making his face distorted. He screamed in pain, vomiting blood, and the area where he was hit was directly dented. The body flew upside down and fell. Huang Wei didn't want to waste time, and didn't he give the other party any time to react. Waving the Poseidon Trident in his hand, the 9 soul rings merged together and shot directly downwards. With this blow, this city of killing will be destroyed. Tang Chen was shot down, and his body was severely injured. He still underestimated the power of the artifact. How terrible. In his body, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King had just calmed down from the violent force when he saw the terrifying trident charging towards him in front of him. With death hanging over his heart, he panicked completely, frantically, and quickly trying to break free from Tang Chen. At this time, Tang Chen's consciousness resisted the control and suppression of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, and he felt the fear of the guy in his body and wanted to break away from him. Look at the scary thing flying in front of you. He was shocked, but also smiled. I'm finally free, thank you. The blood-red 9-headed bat, my life will pass away if you leave. Do you think I will give you a chance to escape? Let's die together. Ha ha ha. Tang Chen used his soul power to keep the blood-red 9-headed Bat King in his body. Let's die together, don't! Exclamation mark. Tang Chen, if you have something to say, please tell me. I won't let you die, bastard. What are you doing, you lunatic? Let me go. I won't die with you. The huge shadow of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King appeared, condensing the energy of victory, and shot the strongest blood-red 9-headed destructive light wave. At this time, the Poseidon Trident in the ring melting state was already close at hand. It happened to collide with the light wave he had just emitted. Bang! Click! However, it only resisted for less than half a second, and the energy barrier caused by the light instantly shattered and disintegrated. No! The blood-red 9-headed Bat King shouted in horror. Boom! The energy explosion spread rapidly. Soon even Huang Wei was submerged in it, and the huge energy destroyed everything in the killing city. Everything here turns to dust after exhaustion. Soon the entire killing city was covered. The people inside wanted to resist, but with their meager strength, their bodies were torn apart and evaporated in an instant. From the outside perspective, an energy surged out from the ground, and the ground of the killing city collapsed. Swept by energy, the entire city of killing became one of the sacrifices of the explosive energy. Boom boom boom. The explosion here caused the area outside the killing city to be affected by the energy impact. The earth keeps shaking. Tens of minutes passed. Energy disappears. There was just rising heat. There is also the explosive smell of gunpowder smoke, which is very pungent. Look again. The original city of killing has disappeared, leaving only a huge pit in the abyss in the god realm. God Shura also felt the disappearance of the killing city and was suddenly shocked. Quickly check the situation in the lower realm. Who is it that has such powerful strength? His eyes kept lowering. Soon I saw a trident emitting golden blue light stuck in the huge abyss-like pit. There was a scorched ruin all around. There is also a red soul ring. There is also a soul bone in the shape of scarlet red wings on the ground nearby. In addition, there is a red inner elixir with 9 heads, and on the side there are pieces of the broken magic sword. Tang Chen and the blood-red 9-headed Bat King had completely disappeared. It was impossible for Tang Chen's body to survive such a horrific explosion. At this moment, a figure shrouded in a green turtle shell slowly walked out from another place of smoke. It is Huang Wei. Everyone here died, but he was unscathed under the protection of the turtle shell. All dead. Huang Wei walked to the soul ring. He raised his hand and grabbed the 9-headed inner elixir and the soul bone of the bat's wings. This is the attached soul bone. It's great. Huang Wei looked happy. The semi-basaltic black turtle appeared. The lines of mysterious runes on the turtle shell shone, opened its huge mouth, and directly swallowed the crimson soul ring in front of him. Huang Wei assigned key to the 8th soul ring because among the soul ring years here, except for the 9th soul ring, only the 8th soul ring has the highest year. Chapter 159. The Shura Divine Test on Back Garden Treatment. Huang Wei felt his strength increase. The next moment, he saw that the 8th of the 9 soul rings on his body also turned red. His current soul ring configuration is crimson, 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 gold. The rest of the soul ring years are also benefited from the 9 Poseidon examinations. Immediately afterwards, Huang Wei began to absorb the scarlet soul bones attached to the wings of the bat. With his current strength, it only takes a few minutes to absorb it. Soon, a pair of huge bat wings appeared on his back, and he also gained a soul skill point. It's called the Cloud Bat Shield, and there's the 9-headed blood red storm. The defense is very strong, as is the attack. On the wings of the cloud bat, there are lines similar to those on the turtle shell. The original scarlet color also turned into green-red color at this moment. No need to think about it, he must have been transformed into a turtle. Moreover, after absorbing this soul bone, Huang Wei's soul power cultivation level was directly raised from the peak of level 99 to level 100. Level 100. Huang Wei looked, enjoying himself. Suddenly, his eyes looked at the broken magic sword fragments on the ground. They might be good things too, and he put them all away with a wave of his hand. Looking at the ruined land. At the center end, there is a spreading black void. Now that he has killed the blood red 9-headed bat king, no one can help him open the way to hell. He might not have noticed that location just now, and he didn't know when it appeared. The wings of the cloud bat have been transformed into turtles and become more beautiful, which is in line with Huang Wei's aesthetics and has a very good appearance. He flapped his wings and flew directly in. There are still things in the road to hell that he needs to drain before destroying them. Just go in. Just go in. In the God realm, God Shura had a smile on his face, as if he had succeeded in his treacherous plan. That opening on Hell Road was opened intentionally by him. He took a fancy to such a good seedling, and he was even more awesome than Tang Chen. He is already level 100, and he is attracted by that guy Poseidon. He has already passed the 9th exam. It seems that I can't let him take the exam anymore. Thinking of this, he became anxious. But I haven't tried 2 gods in one body yet. Naturally, he would not dethrone the opponent's Poseidon status. Otherwise he would definitely be sued by Poseidon to the God Realm Council. As a law enforcer in the God Realm, if he did such a thing, he would be a truly evil person who cannot be tolerated in heaven and earth. Thinking of this gave him a headache. Point your finger. He directly imposed the Shura God assessment on Huang Wei, because he remembered that this guy had a blood red 9-headed bat king inner elixir in his hand, as well as the blood bat wings, perhaps a bridge converter that could allow these two to coexist as one dual deity. After entering Hell Road, Huang Wei remembered a low and majestic voice in his mind. Congratulations to you, lucky one. You have passed the Shura God examination. Now, the assessment begins. Shura passes the Hell Road in the first examination to obtain the Killing God domain, Azuras. Second test, get at least 3 Soul Beast inner elixirs. The third test of Shura, repair the magic sword. The fourth test of Shura, absorb at least 3 inner elixirs and use the magic sword and blood bat wings as the medium to inherit the throne of Shura. Just like this, the assessment contents like a running account all appeared in Huang Wei's mind at once. This shocked him. Damn it, what's going on? This assessment doesn't seem to be difficult. Huang Wei blinked. It seemed that the Shura God had opened a back door for him. And it's not just any back door. It's like a back garden. Huang Wei smiled. There is assessment content, but there is no assessment reward. I got at least 3 Soul Beast inner elixirs in the first examination, so I already have 2, and there happens to be one of the 10-headed blazing sun snake. What is the first test, if this is not for nothing? The other party has even thought about the medium of the 2 gods. Zenoma is a talent. I just don't know if Poseidon knows that his successor has been robbed. But let them deal with these headaches, and I will not participate. Immediately afterwards, he quickly headed towards the Hell Road. Along the way, everyone he encountered was killed by him. As for the levels in the original work, he passed them easily. The dark gold 3-headed bat king was easily killed by him. A piece of soul bone was obtained. and the body was put into the soul guide together. As for the 10-headed blazing sun snakes in the second level, Huang Wei directly threw the Poseidon trident and chopped off the remaining 9 heads. He died in the end, and his body contained an inner elixir collected together. Huang Wei took out the inner elixirs of the 10-headed blazing sun snake, the 9-headed blood red bat king, and the deep sea demon whale king. Exactly 3 inner elixirs reached the minimum value. Congratulations on getting 3 inner elixirs and completing the first Shura test. You will be rewarded with 25% of the power of Shura. The whole body will be upgraded to a 1,000,000-year soul ring for 100,000 years. A force descended from the sky and appeared on Huang Wei's body. A terrifying Shura power appeared on Huang Wei. At the same time, the soul ring also received a 100,000-year upgrade. He is stronger now. Huang Wei continued to the 3rd level. This was supposed to be the blood red 9-headed bat king. If it hadn't been for Tang Chen's incarnation, it would have been impossible for Tang Heo and others to have passed through Hell. So before Huang Wei left, he used a powerful force to destroy Hell Road. At the moment of the explosion, his figure teleported out of Hell Road. At the same moment, an extremely strong murderous aura appeared on his body. He obtained the Killing God realm. Now he has 3 areas in total. They are the realm of the sea, the realm of killing, and the realm of black turtles. This damn bastard kid actually destroyed the road to hell. God Shura, who was watching all this in the God realm, was instantly furious. However, the opponent finally completed the second test and obtained the killing field. At the same time, Huang Wei also heard the voice of completing the second test, and another 25% of Shura's power was given. 100,000 years under the 1,000,000-year soul ring that enhances the whole body. Another powerful force came out. Huang Wei felt that, if he continued like this, his soul ring would soon reach the 9-ring 1,000,000-year level. It's cool, Huang Wei shouted. But the next second something happened. How to repair the magic sword? Huang Weiangshan shouted. Got, how to repair the magic sword, and to what extent it should be repaired. Please give me some instructions. He knew that the one in his hand was the Shura demonic sword, because the original book says so. But he was confused. Since it was the Shura demonic sword, it belonged to God Shura, a 1st level god. How could it be broken into pieces by the Poseidon trident? Could this be fake? Could it be that this is not the real Shura demonic sword, but just a clone? In the God realm, God Shura was speechless for a moment when he heard Huang Wei shouting. This guy. Okay, I'll just give you some instructions. That guy Poseidon should soon realize something is wrong. We need to hurry up and see if we can seize the first position for him to inherit. Then, my Shura god can become Huang Wei's main god, and his Poseidon can only be a deputy god. Shura muttered to himself. Chapter 201 Fuck was discovered. When God Shura's voice fell, he looked pleased with himself. At this moment, Poseidon happened to take a nap over in the Poseidon realm. Although it was only a short nap, a lot of time had passed in the lower realm. What a beautiful sleep, I feel so good. Poseidon hummed a little tune. In a few days, he could pass on his throne and live in retirement. At that time, he will be truly free and can visit all the worlds at will without having to live a boring life on duty in this damn divine realm. On a whim, Poseidon smiled. Look at my dear and outstanding successor. This kid has obviously obtained the heart of Poseidon and can directly take the 9th test to inherit the divine throne, but he still has to go back to the mainland to unify. I'm speechless. Otherwise I wouldn't have to wait for those few days. He naturally knew Huang Wei's true identity, that is, Wuhan Palace. Oh no, he was now the holy son of Wuhan Empire. But he doesn't care at all, as long as the other person's talent is good enough and his character is not evil. As for that boy's dream of unification, when the time comes to inherit the divine throne, the worst he can do is personally come forward to let Poseidon Island go. He didn't think it was a big problem. But when Bosaxi finds out, he doesn't know if he will vomit blood, but this is not a big problem because Bosaxi will need to sacrifice by then and will be free. His spiritual thoughts quickly found Huang Wei's specific location with the help of the seals on the Poseidon trident. At first glance, he was very satisfied, but upon closer inspection, he was startled and felt something was wrong. What is it? Why does he have the power of Shura in addition to the power of Poseidon? Poseidon was dumbfounded, thinking that he had fallen asleep, so he quickly wiped his eyes, patted his head, and opened his eyes to take a closer look. The next second, it exploded instantly. It's really the power of Shura. And it's so strong. Damn it. That old guy Shura is actually robbing me of my successor. Poseidon's face twitched. His face darkened. He was so angry that he shouted angrily. As a god, he naturally understands that only those who have been given the divine examination by God Shura will have such strong power of Shura. Chapter 160. If it's just frivolous, it could be an accident point, but it's absolutely impossible now, because in addition to the power of Shura in Huang Wei, he also found the mark of the inheritance of the Shura god, Shura demonic sword. Yes, there is this mark in Huang Wei's body. Maybe Huang Wei himself hasn't discovered it yet. The damn old guy doesn't talk about martial ethics. I'm going to argue with him. As a law enforcer in the god realm, he actually knows the law and breaks the law. Look, I've caught you. Let's see how you quibble this time. Poseidon, full of anger and dissatisfaction, stood up and rushed directly towards the Shura god's domain point driven by his anger. The power of Poseidon swept through his body point lower realm, Douluo star at this moment. Huang Wei was receiving the materials and methods needed to repair the Shura demon sword point. After hearing this, everyone became restless. Damn it, since I have to use my own blood in the realm of the god of death to breed her. The latter is easy to say, but the amount of blood required by the former is no less than draining all his blood, and the more blood, the better. But fortunately, the blood does not have to be your own. How about giving up this Shura throne? Huang Wei muttered. But it is impossible for him to massacre. This would be a serious sin, and would be bad for him. Originally, people in the killing city could contribute this blood, but now there is not even a drop of it. I didn't mention this mission earlier. This is also the only problem that Shura god gave Huang Wei. That is not a problem, but not a problem. The difficulty is that if Huang Wei lets go and directly starts the massacre, there will naturally be enough blood. But if you can't let go, that's another matter. Forget it. Let's go to the Stardow forest first. Huang Wei stood up and quickly headed towards the Stardow forest point. He remembered that he still had 2 gift bags to use. The first is the 8th test, and the second is the million-year-soul bone point. So he used the second one directly. The next second, an upgraded light flashed out from his body point. The left hand, left leg, right leg, trunk bone, head soul bone, both wing soul bones. All 7 soul bones were rapidly upgraded to 1,000,000 years old. Of course, what was originally 1,000,000 years old would not be upgraded again. Another extremely powerful and heaven-defying aura surged through him. So I couldn't wait to open the 8th test gift pack. A red diamond-shaped solid appeared in mid-air. Congratulations to the host for opening the 8th test gift pack and getting a blood center. Blood hub. What is this? Huang Wei said, holding the blood hub in his hand and looking at it. The system came out and answered. The blood hub, as the name suggests, is related to blood. As long as you put it in a place and add a drop of your blood or the blood of other creatures, it will keep flowing out. The more powerful the blood, the more powerful the blood will be. The sea of blood is powerful. After Huang Wei heard this, he was immediately startled. Damn it, this is a help in times of need. He asked, System, can you put it into my god of death domain? The system replied, yes. You just need to put a drop of blood in, and the system can help you put it in. Huang Wei said, by the way, let's put the Shura demonic sword in as well. The system said, okay. So, Huang Wei started to operate. Now he is the strongest, more powerful than the soul beast. If he doesn't need his blood, whose blood should he use? He drew a drop of blood and ripped it into the blood center. A bloody light bloomed in the blood center. After that it was gone. So he took out the fragments of the Shura demonic sword and disappeared together with a blood hub point on the way. I couldn't help but check my information. Host, Huang Wei martial spirit, Zhuangui, semi-Zuan Wu, talent. Turtle's longevity, endless life, and integration of Ring's lifespan. 300,000 identity, Holy Son of Wuhan Palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. There is no god at level 100. After the armor is turned on, it can reach level 2 of the God Point spiritual power, level 2 divine perfection physical strength, level 2 God self divine status, Xuanwu God, divine quality above God King, super growth, no upper limit, current status has not been inherited, current artifact, Poseidon Trident soul skills, defense, with 1 level of counter injury. Critical hit, 4 levels of turtle shell enhancement, turtle shell savings, armor spirit space, turtle void destruction, infinite black turtle cannon, black turtle gravity field, black turtle true body, and the wrath of the sky. Xuanwu 9 transformations. Xuanwu destroyed the world point soul bones. 1 million years soft bone rabbit rhino bone turtle version, can grow, skills, teleportation, invincible golden body. 2. The turtle version of the 1 million years Ice and Fire Dragon King divine bones can grow, Ice and Fire Dragon King strike, absolute zero, absolute flame extinction. 3. 1 million years water light lotus right leg bone turtle version, can grow, water shadow light body. 4. 1 million years evil killer whale shark left leg bone turtle version, can grow, evil killer whale split. 5. 1 million years of super grown head soul bone, wave of death spirit. 6. 1 million years deep sea demonic whale king trunk bone, turtle version can grow, wrathful demonic whale kill, divine power transformation. 7. 1 million years of blood bat wings, turtle version can grow, blood bat shield, blood red 9-headed storm, magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil point abilities, aura of a superior person, immune to the might of a titled Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 100% cultivation speed, 20% system warehouse, deep sea demonic whale king's inner elixir, blood red 9-headed bat king's inner elixir, and 10-headed blazing sun snake inner elixir. Chapter 202 Return to the Star Dao. So the soul beasts are frightened in the god realm. In the Shura god's domain, God Shura felt the familiar aura coming quickly towards his side of the god's domain, and the whole god's face darkened. It's that Poseidon guy. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. That kid is still in the middle of his 3rd exam, and he won't be able to repair it for a while. Oh, if it doesn't work out, just give in. God Shura was already smacking his lips, ready to be scolded by the angry Poseidon. These were also what he had expected before. Old Shura, get out of here. Poseidon's angry voice spread throughout the Shura divine realm point. Immediately afterwards, a figure wrapped in the power of Poseidon rushed in from outside point. Who else could it be, if it wasn't Poseidon? Shura looked at the visitor with a smile. Poseidon, what kind of wind has brought you to my Shura's divine realm? You still yell like this, which is beneath your status as a first-class god. Bother, Ashura, you old man, you are shameless, despicable, and dirty. You actually stole my air, and you are pretending to be confused here. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will definitely go to the God Realm Committee to tell you that you violated the law. My heir has completed 8 exams, and is only 1 exam away from inheriting the throne. I don't believe that you, who is also a god, can't detect the strong aura that my Poseidon left on that boy. Poseidon pointed at Shura's nose and cursed. Old Dong, don't be so angry. It hurts the harmony. You also know that it is hard to find a successor now, and it is even harder to find a satisfactory one. That kid entered my killing city on his own, and was contaminated by my murderous aura. That place was originally that's where I choose my successor. Shura's face was dark, but he also knew that he was indeed wrong first, and it was difficult to reason. Poseidon was at the peak of his anger. He waved his hands and refused to listen to what the other party said. He shouted directly, no matter what you say, I can't hide your shameless heart. How can any god be auditioned? And you have already chosen a guy before. Now grab it. Mine. I don't care. You must give me a reason. Shura said, don't mention that Tang Chen. The inheritance had an accident. It was destroyed by the Rakshas's spiritual thoughts. His mind was not up to paragraph. Finally, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King took advantage of the opportunity and took over. Alas. Poseidon said coldly, "Humph, these have nothing to do with me. This is your business." Shura said with bright eyes, "Old Dong, don't you want to cultivate a person with two gods? This is unprecedented, the only one, and it looks like it will be successful. The two gods coexist as one. The absolute God King qualifications." Poseidon snorted coldly, but Shura's words really moved his heart. Seeing Poseidon's affectionate expression, Shura suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Knowing that his goal was achieved, he continued to add jealousy. "Let's see, I, the god Shura, will be the deputy god, and you, the god of Poseidon, will be the main god, right? And in adulthood, as for God, I will let him go and help him secretly. I have already retreated. If there is only one such outstanding person, I feel that there will be no more in the future. I have identified him, and will not give up." Poseidon heard this and said indifferently, "He is the first one I fell in love with, and you are the latecomer. I, the god of the sea, am the main god, so naturally you are the deputy." God Shura felt that the other party was reasonable, so it was hard to say anything. Poseidon said, "It is unprecedented for two gods to coexist as one body. How can you guarantee that his life will not be in danger?" Shura said, "He has 3 inner elixirs, one of which is 1,000,000 years old, the other one is about the same, and there is one that pulls a crotch, but it is not a big problem after all. It is a strange ferocious beast. In addition, he also has with the 2 external soul bone wings dropped by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, plus the Shura demon sword Zygian, that are left for him to repair. I will use these as a medium to become my Shura god, and transform under your sea god status condition." Poseidon said, "Okay, anyway, I don't understand these things, and I don't bother to care about you. As long as you can ensure that he is alive and healthy, and inherits the dual god thrones. Otherwise we will go to the God Realm Committee for approval." Shura God said, "These are no problem, but before that, before he completes the repair of Shura demon sword Zygian and fuses, and absorbs the 3 inner elixirs, he cannot inherit your sea god position for the time being, which means your 9th exam should be postponed a little longer, and cooperate with me." Poseidon was very angry and said, "This doesn't matter, okay?" God Shura shook his head. "The coexistence of two gods is unprecedented in history, and there is no room for error. Now it is like this. You must cooperate with me, otherwise we will not be able to retire." Poseidon was still very angry, but he still agreed, snorted coldly, and turned around to leave. Anyway, the purpose has been achieved. Just ensure that Huang Wei can become a god point in the lower realm. Huang Wei didn't he know about their dispute, and was on his way to the Star Forest. Huang Wei asked in his mind, "System, how long will it take for this Shura demonic sword to be repaired?" "It will take at least a year," the system said. 1 year. Huang Wei frowned and muttered, "Shake his head, and go ahead first. The Stardow Forest must also be unified, and become a product of the Spirit Empire. Before he can become a god, he must complete the unification. All land needs to become part of the Spirit Empire. As soon as Huang Wei arrived at the Stardow Forest, he released all the aura in his body. 9 soul rings appeared all over his body, and the terrifying aura instantly frightened all the soul beasts in the Stardow Forest. Deep in the depths, the azure bull python exposed its head and body directly from the lake, with a horrified look on its face. This aura is so terrifying. Even scarier than Dishan, and it also has the aura of Sister Zarahu. Damn it, it must be the human from before! Exclamation mark. I didn't expect such terrible progress to have been made in such a short period of time. Dishan, there is a powerful human being attacking. In the deepest part, several ferocious beasts looked at the man with a solemn face in front of the lake in fear. It was Dishan, the golden-eyed black dragon king. "Lord, what should we do now?" Dishan asked. Chapter 161. A dazzling jade stone rose up. The tone was solemn. "There is the aura of a god, but there is no god's position. It is probably a human being who has become a god. Why is he here with us? Could it be that the divine world was appointed to solve us? No matter what, as long as he dares to come, we don't need to be afraid of a god without a god. Let him stay here forever. Of course, if we can talk, then don't do anything." The Voice of the Silver Dragon King echoed in the ears of every ferocious beast. You all go to greet him together. Yes, Dishan. And the ferocious beasts here all took off and flew towards the aura. However, at this moment, Huang Wei had arrived in front of the lake where the azure bull python was and stared at the huge azure bull python in front of him. Human, how could you become so strong? The azure bull python's voice was filled with resentment and anger. Because I was favored by God. Huang Wei looked at it. The azure bull python could tell from Huang Wei's aura and soul ring alone that it was no match for the human in front of it, so it tried to say, "God, you. Sister Xiao was sacrificed to you. Can you become a god? Resurrect her? And where did Erming go? Why don't you have his breath on you?" Chapter 203 Fight or talk. You are not qualified to ask your supreme leader of the Stardao Forest to come out and speak to me. Huang Wei looked at the azure bull python with an indifferent expression and answered one of its questions. The agreement between Xiao Wu and I will naturally resurrect her, although Xian King Niu Python was angered by Huang Wei's arrogant words, but when he heard the latter said that he would resurrect Xiao Wu, he was relieved. The azure bull python was not surprised that Huang Wei knew that it was not the talker of the Stardao Forest. Human, your aura is very strong. Even if you don't need me to notify you, they must have already arrived. Humans, don't be arrogant. Not long after the azure bull python finished speaking, the sound of an angry beast came out. A supreme dragon power is approaching. Along with it came the auras of other ferocious beasts. Soon several humanoid figures appeared in front of the azure bull python. The people who came were none other than Dishan, Xiangjun, BG, King of 10,000 Demons, Red King, Ziji and other 6 evil spirits. Xiangjun lost his temper and roared, "Humans, don't think that you can act recklessly here with your current cultivation. Leave the Stardao Forest immediately. You humans are not welcome here." The other ferocious beasts also looked aggressive and ready to attack. Gathered here are 7 ferocious beasts whose cultivation levels far exceed 100,000 years. Most people are scared to death when they come here. Huang Wei was not afraid at all. On his body, 9 terrifying soul rings and the shadow of a huge black turtle appeared. Red, 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 red gold, red gold. Under the influence of Shura's divine power, none of the mutated ones were left behind. Moreover, the original 8th soul ring also changed from the original red color of millions of years to red gold. 1 million years under the throne of God is the limit point. If you want to break through to a higher level, you must inherit the divine throne. Then it will be a divine ring, not a soul ring. The more powerful the original spirit ring is, the more powerful the divine ring converted to by the deity it inherits will be. Although the remaining 7 soul rings have not reached the million-year level point, but it's not far off. It's just a few decades away. You only need to finish 3rd or 4th in the Shura Divine Examination or inherited the 9th exam. Then the remaining 7 soul rings can also be upgraded to the million-year level. At that time, he will be the strongest person with the strongest foundation and the most awesome ability to become a god. Really, a blind trick, color changing, simulated soul skill, all. The ferocious beasts glanced at each other, showing expressions of disbelief and horror, as if they had seen a ghost. No, the last 2 soul rings on its body have a million-year aura fluctuations, and the last soul ring gives me an extremely familiar feeling. It's it. The million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale king. Dishan narrowed his eyes and thought of something terrible. All the ferocious beasts were shocked. What? It was hunted. How is this possible? It has been cultivated for millions of years. If the gods help, then all this will become possible. Dishan raised his head, his golden eyes full of anger filled with incomparable hatred. The other ferocious beasts also looked up at the sky, showing angry expressions. Huang Wei looked at these beasts with a cold face. There is so much nonsense. I have only one purpose for coming here this time. As long as you are satisfied, everything will be fine. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiangjun couldn't bear this violent temper and exploded in an instant, roaring, "You bastard human brat, do it now. Are you afraid that you won't succeed? I'm afraid you won't make it. Fight. Come, let's see who has the stronger fist." The Other 10,000 Demon Kings, ZG, and Red King, are also bad-tempered. He got angry when he went up. They are really not afraid at all. Okay, please just be quiet. At this time, Dishine spoke in a deep voice. The ferocious beasts suddenly no longer dared to act recklessly. They all closed their mouths. Dishine has been quietly sizing up the human being in front of him. The feeling given to him was that he was very strong, unrivaled in power. He didn't expect that the little kid he was chasing before would now grow into such a powerful enemy. Even the Lord said that, if you can talk, don't he take action. According to the fact that he has fought with his lord for so many years, he knows the other party very well. If it were not an absolutely powerful threat, there would never be a word of discussion. Moreover, the lord is still recovering from his injuries. Although he is not afraid of a real fight, he will definitely be doomed. Even the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind. That oriole is the deity of the divine world. This is also a huge threat to them. Dishine looked at Huang Wei and said in a low voice, "Tell us your purpose. As long as it's not too much, we can discuss it." Dishan. Xiangjun frowned in confusion and was very dissatisfied with Dishan's approach because it meant that their ferocious beasts had given in. Morale dropped instantly. "I have never forgotten what happened to you when you chased me, Dishan." Huang Wei expressed his inner hatred, and he would always remember this hatred. Then he continued, "You know the Spirit Empire, it belongs to me, and your Stardow Forest is within the continental plate, so it is also the asset land of my Spirit Palace. The purpose of coming here this time is that your Stardow Forest is also part of the mainland. Merge into the Wuhan Empire and become ours. You want to eat shit." Before Dishan could speak, the fiery tempered Xiangjun burst into flames and roared. The other ferocious beasts could hardly control their emotions and wanted to attack Huang Wei directly. Dishan was also extremely angry and wanted to take action. In his opinion, it was impossible for the Lord to accept such conditions. "Would you like to take action? That's fine. I also like unification by force." Huang Wei smiled and didn't care at all. With a thought, the lines of the sea god's trident on his forehead lit up. There was a flash of blue light appeared directly in the hand, directly releasing pressure on the ferocious beasts. "This breath is an artifact." Dishan's pupils shrank. However, at this moment, the voice of the Silver Dragon King came to his ears. "Promise him that sooner or later he will become a god and leave here. It is up to us to decide whether it will work out after he leaves. By the way, I would like to ask how soul beasts and humans will survive next." Dishan took a deep breath and immediately called out to Xiangjun and other ferocious beasts again. "Stop." Xiangjun was unhappy and dissatisfied with Dishan. Now he was angry and immediately lost his temper at him. "What? Dishan, can you bear this?" "I can't bear it, old bear. Let us surrender to humans. Why don't we have a big fight? If you die, you will die." The other ferocious beasts were also unhappy, thinking that Dishan did nothing. Dishan stared at Xiangjun coldly, and Xiangjun suddenly came to his senses under a cold murderous intent. Dishan's compressed message sounded in the minds of every ferocious beast. "This is the Lord's will. Otherwise, do you think I would endure it until now without having an attack? Everything is for the sake of the overall situation, and to give the Lord time to treat his injuries. It's okay to feel aggrieved once in a while. Anyway, we live a long life." Bridget's voice also sounded in their minds. "The humans in front of them are destined to become gods and will leave Douluo Star. Now is not the time to be enemies. When the opponent leaves, Stardow Forest will not be able to escape from the Spirit Empire. Do we have the final say?" Dishan was very pleased that someone could explain it. Finally someone understood him. He immediately gave me a look of excitement because he was also holding back a lot of anger. Except for that dragon god battle, he had never been as frustrated as he is now. Chapter 204 Compromise and go to sea to find a new continent. Huang Wei was not surprised at all that Dishan would become so good-tempered. In the past, he was weak and was hunted down. Now that he is strong, the opponent will naturally negotiate obediently. Point now, even if the Silver Dragon King comes, he can still crush him to death with one hand. Point in the face of absolute strength. Nothing. As Dishan looked at Huang Wei, we can promise you that the Stardew Forest will be merged into the Spirit Empire, but since we are already our own, how will you deal with the matter of our spirit beasts and spirit masters? Huang Wei thought about this problem. The only thing that can allow soul beasts and humans to live in peace is the soul, or develop another upgrade system. But because the Soul Master himself is restricted by the Soul Ring, he cannot step into the next big realm without adding a Soul Ring. Point therefore, the probability of developing another upgrade system is low. Point. But as for the soul that he could think of, he lacked the most important core. Point. That's Electrolux's Pact of the Dead. Chapter 162. Huang Wei was silent. Said, you will be merged into the Spirit Empire in name only, and other things will take their own course. I will not interfere with your affairs until I come up with an idea to stop humans from hunting spirit beasts for spirit rings. You discuss it. Okay, alright. Dishan naturally agreed to such a good thing, and it was because the other party was unreasonable. Point regardless of whether what the other party says is true or not, just stabilize the matter first and delay until the other party becomes a god. Point at that time, the Stardew Forest will still be an independent Stardew Forest. Point Huang Wei was not surprised that the other party agreed so readily. Point he turned around and left this place. Point the beast felt a little pity. But Bridget breathed a sigh of relief. Because the other party is really too powerful. If they really want to fight, they may not be able to do it easily, not even necessarily an opponent. However, just when Dishan thought that this matter was over, suddenly, in the sky, a huge roar of two dragons came from the front, and the surrounding trees collapsed instantly. The two layers of ice and fire, the Ice and Fire Dragon King strike, flew directly towards him. Careful. Dishan's pupils shrank. Immediately use your strongest strength to resist. Boom. Poof. Dishan was forced to reveal his true form as the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Point the body flew out upside down. Dishan, this is my repayment of your previous grudges. If you don't die, your life will be good. At the same time, Huang Wei's voice also reached the ears of the ferocious beasts, and they were also attacked. They all flew out upside down. The power is really too powerful. Their embarrassed looks betrayed their anger. Xiangjun was furious. You bastard humans. You really don't have a good thing. So why don't you launch a sneak attack? Don't run. I'm going to kill you. They wanted to chase him and take revenge. Stop this. Blow was returned to him before I chased him. Go back. D. Cheyenne looked coldly into the distance, feeling weak and frightened at the same time. Just one blow almost killed him. Now his entire dragon body is covered in injuries of various sizes. Bleeding. Xiangjun gritted his teeth and asked, what about us? Question mark? We didn't chase him, and now it has affected us too. Are our injuries in vain? It's a shame they don't eat it. If you feel you are at a loss, you can go to him to collect debts together. My duty is to protect you, Lord. If you are hunted and turned into soul rings outside, I will not go out to save you. Don't worry, after the Lord recovers from his injuries, we will go out and destroy the entire human city until one day I go to the God Realm to seek revenge on that guy. If you die now, you will have nothing. You'd better think carefully. Dishan didn't want to delay any longer. BG was already healing him. The two were the first to return to the deepest point. The rest of the bad-tempered ferocious beasts, after careful consideration, felt very unwilling. They glanced at Huang Wei's immediate direction and saw that there was already a ruined road ahead. There was also a strong burning smell. In the end, they all chose to go back. Revenge later. After such a blow from the other party, they all became like this. They used their injured bodies to seek revenge. In the end, they didn't know whether it was them or the other party who died. On the other side, Huang Wei was in a good mood because he had taken revenge. Things here have come to an end now. So he stayed without any intention. I directly chose to go to sea. He plans to try to find the sun and moon continental plates floating in the sea. As long as a soul guide is found, everything will be no problem. And there must be other things on the Sun Moon continental plate that have not been developed or discovered. Like ferocious beasts or something. Now that his ability and affinity with the sea has reached a very high level, it is not a big problem to search directly by communicating with the sea. So he started right away. While flying in the sea, he used his spiritual thoughts to communicate and scan. With his now extremely powerful mental power, he can easily cover the entire Douluo star. So now he can find various islands floating in the sea using his mental power alone. So he took action. Island by island search. Because he doesn't know exactly how big the Sun Moon continental plate is. Are there any humans living in it now? No matter what, as long as he found the islands. Except for Poseidon Island, he had used Poseidon's power and the vast sea universe barrier to forcibly fuse them together. If you add up small things, you should first put them into your own armor spirit space. Now his space is so large that it is difficult to measure it in terms of size. It should be as big as a Douluo star. After searching like this, he finally found a large continent. He went up to see the Sun Moon plate continent. There are currently only a very small number of humans here. This is also the result of his mental exploration. But at this moment, they are already studying soul guidance devices. In other words, it is already available. So he found the supreme leader of the Sun and Moon Empire. Let him join the Spirit Empire. He also told the other party about the wonderful world outside. Can help them become stronger. The supreme leader is naturally not willing to be someone else's little brother. After all, you are already the boss here, and you are going to be a junior in that Spirit Empire that you have never heard of. However, they soon changed their attitude. Because Huang Wei showed terrifying strength. Moreover, they were promised that, as long as they join the Spirit Empire, they will naturally be the main center for developing soul guidance devices within the Empire, and they will have the final say regarding soul guidance devices. In addition, various cultivation resources will be provided. Under the temptation of strength, resources and status. The other party still heartily agreed. The most fundamental thing is that Huang Wei's strength is too terrifying. If they really don't agree, the other party will kill them and establish an obedient leader again. A good man doesn't want to suffer immediate losses. For the sake of the long-term plan, they agreed. First use the power of the Spirit Empire to make them stronger, and then find a way to escape control, or use soul guides to counter control, and rule the Spirit Empire to become their Sun and Moon Empire. If their generation can't do it, then the next generation will do it until they can. This plan will be secretly passed down by them, and only the top leaders such as the Supreme Leader will know about this plan. After Douluo is written, it will be the God Realm chapter, but I won't write too many God Realm chapters. If I write about the next world, which one do you want me to write? You can post it here. Chapter 205 Delayed Gift Package. Huang Wei stayed in the Sun and Moon continent like this for half a year with his transcendent mental power. He instantly learned all the knowledge about soul guidance devices that people here currently know. At the same time, he also tried to dig to see if he could find the remains buried by ancient wishes. Maybe there will be unexpected gains inside. Unfortunately, it was not found. In the past 6 months, he has also used the heart of the Poseidon, the vast sea universe cover, to coordinate with his own strength. Forcibly moving the Sun and Moon continent towards the Spirit Empire. Now is the day of the merger. He has already sent the news back. At this time, both Bibi Dong and Kan Ringsu were undergoing the test of the gods and were not free. The rest of the offerings came. Unaimilu is also here. They were extremely excited to see each other again. They didn't expect that the Holy Sun would come back with a piece of tiles after a trip. The consumption of Huang Wei in the past 6 months has not been small, but everything is within control, and it is not difficult. Huang Wei said, "Everyone, long time no see. The original residents on this island are good at soul guidance devices. Go and interfere with them. There is no need to be harsh in agreeing to their conditions. It's the Holy Sun." Everyone nodded. He went to execute it immediately, and also ordered Unaimilu to lead the high-level team of the Spirit Empire into the excavation. He was confident that there must be a soul guidance device inside that had not yet been revealed. After doing all this, He took out a large island from the Jialing space and merged it with the Spirit Empire section. The current continent of Wuhan Empire is very large, and it is the largest part of the integrated Douluo star at the same time. During this period, the Wuhan Empire had already begun conquering Hanhei City. There were some fights along the way, but they were all taken care of. As for Poseidon Island, those people cannot leave Poseidon Island at all, so I couldn't come over to help. Even if I can leave, I can come here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. The mainland is the domain of the Spirit Empire, and there are also a lot of titled Douluo, so those people can only come and go. Therefore, except for the far north and far western Poseidon Island, all the continental plates of Douluo star belong to the Spirit Empire. Among them, the extreme west and the extreme north cannot be moved, because these two extremely cold places have their missions at that location. Just like the North Pole and Antarctica on the Earth, in order to release the ozone layer, to resist ultraviolet and other radiation. It also maintains normal temperatures and stable water levels throughout the 4 seasons. Therefore, Huang Wei did not pay attention to these two continents, didn't move it, and he also ordered the people in the Wuhan Empire not to do so. The Spirit Empire is growing day by day, and because it is too big, there will naturally be many discordant scenes within itself. Let those people handle these matters. Huang Wei has helped them unify the world. Whether he can hold it or not is not up to him. He was too lazy to take care of it. Because he is about to ascend. But at this moment. The late gift package from the system finally arrived. The host completed the first and second tests of Shura and received 2 additional gifts packages. They have been placed in the system warehouse. Please check them. Listening to the sound of the system, Huang Wei frowned and suddenly felt unhappy. Huang Wei asked, I finished it a long time ago. Why are you giving it to me now? The system voice sounded. The system will also have delays. Huang Wei, his mental power entered his realm of killing to explore. I want to see how more than half a year has passed. How is the repair of Shura demon sword going? Only seen in the pool of blood. The Shura demonic sword has recovered most of its body. The intimidation exuded was many times more powerful than when Tang Chen held it. Very scary. Just wait a few more months. Huang Wei withdrew from the realm of the god of death with satisfaction. Then it will be time for him to complete the 3rd test. He had received the divine message from God Shura before. Let him postpone the 9th test on Poseidon's side. At the same time, the time for the 9th Poseidon examination also changed from 4 years to 5 years. This would definitely surprise outsiders, but he doesn't. It's all inside information here. So until the 3rd test of Shura God is completed, I will stay and play in the Spirit Empire. Lying in a huge villa. Huang Wei clicked on the 2 gift bags he had just received. The first one, to receive a gift package of level 10 soul tools. He couldn't wait to open it and check it out. I found that in addition to the 10th level soul guides, what was recorded here also included everything below the 10th level. Various weapons, defenses, implements and many more. Very complete. If this spreads out, it will definitely cause a terrorist rebellion. The entire Wuhan Empire fell into a split struggle. Therefore, Huang Wei needs to pass on this knowledge to people who are absolutely loyal to Wuhan Palace. So the first person he thought of was Hulina. See you after a long time. So he set out to meet him. Unknowingly, their cultivation levels have reached level 87 or 88. Hulina reached the highest level of 89. He is truly gifted. As for the continent-wide Elite Soul Master competition, there is no need to participate now. Because it's a complete abuse. However, the continent-wide Soul Master Elite competition within the Wuhan Empire will still be held. Now after unification, the scale will only be larger than before. Rewards will also be abundant. After all the wealth has been integrated by the Wuhan Empire. Enshrined in the temple. After the Wuhan Empire unified the continent. This place has never changed, and there is no moving address, and this place is absolutely top notch in the entire Wuhan Empire. There is no royal family in the Wuhan Empire. Therefore, Wuhan City is the core capital and carries out divided jurisdiction over the outside world. The lowest cultivation level in each jurisdiction will have a contra-management order. The highest level of cultivation is naturally the title Douluo. There are many such disadvantages. For example, many use rights to conduct certain transactions in the worship hall. Qian Daoliu, the great worshipper at the moment, was looking at Qian Ringsu, who was taking the 6th test of the angel god. His eyes looked outside. The current Wuhan Empire is getting stronger and stronger, and the Holy Sun Huang Wei has become such a terrifying existence. The other party is not from Qianjia. And that Huan Imilu is also a peak. Peerless Douluo. Stand firmly on the side of the Holy Sun Huang Wei. He felt hugely threatened. Feeling crisis about the loss of power of Wuhan Empire. But he was not destined to survive. Destined to be sacrificed to Qian Ringsu to complete the 9th test. So he had to die. The person who can turn the Holy Sun Huang Wei into 1,000 families can do it. In this way, the Emperor and Qian Ringsu need to be paired together. Thinking of this, he looked at Qian Ringsu deeply. He had seen what Huang Wei was capable of. Very capable. So he left the worship hall and called for Golden Crocodile Douluo. What do you want from me, old man? Golden Crocodile asked. Qian Daoliu said, is the Holy Sun in the Spirit Empire? Jin Crocodile was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In the villa. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu flew directly towards the opponent's villa area quickly. At this moment, Huang Wei had finished teaching Hulina and took an excerpt and gave it to her. Of course, he didn't write down some soul tools that were really too lethal. Now also returned to the villa, planning to open the second gift. It was also at this moment that he felt the Qian Daoliu coming towards this side with his powerful mental power. Chapter 206. The agreement between us. It doesn't matter whether the person coming is Qian Daoliu. Huang Wei planned to open the second gift bag first. The gift package was opened. A bright light flashed. Immediately afterwards, an additional study material appeared. This is a knowledge about the creation of complete soul knowledge. Huang Wei read it quickly. His eyes sparkled. The knowledge of souls was exactly what he lacked. It is also the only way to achieve the initial peaceful coexistence between humans and spirit beasts, and one of the methods of making souls is related to soul guides. But the problem is that the blood of the soul beast must be used. Or anything related to the soul beast's body. Such as hair, skin, etc. This is even more awesome than the soul creation in the original work. It's a pity that Huang Wei is already full. The 10th soul ring belongs to the god, so he doesn't need to worry about who the 10th soul ring is. But Ulina and the others were not full yet. You can try it out. Chapter 164. The production of souls requires the use of the body parts of soul beasts. There is also a formation drawn and driven by soul power. Then sign an equal contract with the cultivated soul beast. That's it. There are two kinds of souls. One is to sign a contract to obtain the parts of the soul beast and cultivate them. This model has some similarities with cloning. The other option is to directly sign a contract with a living soul beast. However, both of the above require matching formations. The first and second formations are different. So Huang Wei planned to create an organization called Soul Tower tomorrow and hand it over to Wuhan Palace for management. Then he went to the Stardao Forest to discuss with Dishan and other soul beasts. Ask them to notify the spirit beasts inside and outside the Stardao Forest and actively cooperate in collecting blood. Blood can also be cloned using formations. However, if the owner of the blood is very strong and the breed is high, the cultivation resources and soul power required will be stronger. Take Dishan Lei as an example. The blood culture must have been from when Dishan was young. But if you want to cultivate a young child, you must cultivate the soul power of 10 or more titled Douluo for a year or more. If the peerless Douluo comes, the time can be greatly shortened. The higher the grade, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Huang Wei quickly put back his excitement. Look at the person coming. Grandpa Qian, why are you here? Huang Wei said with a smile. Qian Daoliu smiled gently. Zio Wei, Grandpa, I came here just to ask you something. Grandpa Qian, feel free to ask. Huang Wei nodded. Qian Daoliu said, what do you think of my Zua? Huang Wei's brows moved, and he instantly understood the other party's intention. Said, Qian Ringsu. Qian Daoliu was speechless. Does the Holy Sun know the second Zua? Huang Wei laughed awkwardly. Zua is very good and beautiful. Huang Wei replied seriously. I silently added in my mind. The breasts are also very developed, as are the buttocks. Liu smiled very happily. Zio Wei, although Zua is a little older than you, age is nothing in front of a soul master or even a god who has reached that level, so you are also an adult. When it's time to talk about marriage, Grandpa, I'm here to be the matchmaker this time, and I intend to bring you and Zua together in marriage. What do you think, Huang? Wei said, I have no problem, Sister Zhu. Where is she? Liu said, don't worry, that girl will definitely not refuse. She is taking the divine test now, so she can't be distracted for the time being. After she finishes, I will let you meet and have a chat. Teacher, does she know? Huang Wei took a deep breath and asked. Liu was stunned, not expecting that the other party would raise this question. But there is nothing to hide about this. No matter what, she is the biological mother of that girl Zua in a sense. They are people from thousands of families. It's a pity that some of these grievances are too big. As a great worshipper of the angel god, how could he not feel the evil aura on Bibi Dong's body? She could feel the aura of a god who was the opposite of an angel or god in the other person's body. It was obvious that Bibi Dong was also chosen by a certain god. Now his moody's very complicated and tangled. Liu said, I will tell her later. Huang Wei said, okay, then I'll bother Grandpa Qian. Liu turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, Huang Wei, who hesitated for a moment, spoke again. Grandpa Qian. Huh? Liu wondered what Huang Wei had to say. Huang Wei's tone was somewhat profound. Teacher, she is not bad in nature. She is even a pitiful person. If her personality has changed, she must have been affected by some kind of force. No matter what, she is Sister Zhu's biological mother. As her best personal successor, disciple, I have no father or mother, and I have long regarded her as my godmother, and I will not let her die. Having said this, he shut his mouth and said no more. Because he knew Liu must know what her words meant. An extremely strong wave of soul power emerged from Huang Wei's body. What followed was the appearance of 9 soul rings that were extremely terrifying to the point of being unspeakable. Liu's pupils suddenly shrank. Too horrible. Now that it has reached level 100, how could this soul ring configuration be so terrifying? Even he couldn't help but swallow at this moment. Is this kid still a human? After all, Liu had lived for so long and had seen a lot, so he immediately calmed down his shocked mood. Said, when will you inherit the throne of God? Huang Wei said, within 5 years. Okay. Liu smiled. Because this time is also the time when Qian Rinxu can almost become a god. He said with a solemn face, her god is the Rakshasa god. Rakshasa is the representative of evil, greed and sin. It is completely opposite to us angels. If she takes action against our Qianjia after becoming a god, I will not be her at that time. Opponent. Liu paused for a moment and said in a low voice, if it weren't for the fact that she is Zua's mother, I would have killed her early in the morning. Huang Wei said, don't worry, if that day really comes, I will take action to dethrone her. Liu, okay, this is a secret between you and me. Liu warned. Huang Wei nodded, yes. Liu, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Huang Wei, there is one more thing. So he explained the matter of souls to Liu seriously. Liu was extremely shocked. For a moment I was speechless. What kind of mind does the other party have that can come up with such a thing? He also agreed and supported the establishment of the Soul Tower to spread the soul to the world. But this also needs to be known to the other worshippers in Pope Bibi Dong. Because this requires them to keep pushing. And you still need to do experiments. It cannot be put into use immediately. Otherwise, failure would be like slapping Wuhandian in the face. Although the entire continent now belongs to Wuhan Palace. Let Liu handle the matter here. So Huang Wei went directly to the Stardao Forest. Tell the rest of the worshippers what happened first. Then go to Pope Bibi Dong's place. Liu could feel that the power of Rakshasa in his body was getting stronger and stronger. His eyes narrowed. Just remember the agreement with Huang Wei in turn. A blind eye. Don't know what to do. Chapter 207 Soul Cultivation. Inside the house. Bibi Dong felt someone coming. Instantly woke up. It just so happened that she had completed the relative Rakshasa God exam before. It is currently in a warm and consolidated state. Quickly restrain the Rakshasa power in your body. Hidden deep within the body. Angelic power. Bibi Dong felt this aura. She was influenced by the power of Rakshasa. The uglier face showed hatred. Rakshasa God and angel God. A negative representation of darkness and evil. A positive representation of light. Both sides are mortal enemies. Moreover, she also has hatred towards Kyanjia. She has been seizing the time to complete the divine test. After becoming a god early, kill Kyanjia. Why would he come to me at this time? Bibi Dong murmured as he returned to his original appearance. Has he already discovered my Rakshasa? His eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. If this is really the case, then she needs to take action in advance. The Wuhan Empire is growing day and night. Chapter 165. Affected by Rakshasa spiritual thoughts. Nowadays, she is becoming more and more greedy for power and status. Want more and more. When people have a big house, they want an even bigger house. Rakshasa spiritual thoughts have been tempting her. She was also successfully influenced. So I chose to take the initiative. Get up, turn around, and walk directly outside. Does the great worshipper have anything to do with me? Bibi Dong looked at Kyanjia. Kyanjia looked at her with a plain expression. He calmly told her about Huang Wei and Kyan Rinxu's marriage, as well as the matter of the soul and the soul tower. Even Bibi Dong now was shocked when he heard about the soul behind him. He never thought that there would be such a thing as a soul. I understand, and I fully support his decision. We will build the soul tower tomorrow and experiment after he comes back. Bibi Dong didn't say much. Then he added, as for their marriage, I can agree, but it must be added to what was promised before. Who? Lena? Kyanjia frowned. In fact, it is somewhat unpleasant. Bibi Dong, not bad, okay, but Zua has to be big. But we need to hear what Lena wants. If you don't want to, forget it, just be alone. Kyanjia is indifferent. Bibi Dong, I will find her. Douluo didn't stop any longer, left directly. Bibi Dong also left to do his own things. However, at this moment, in the Stardow forest. Huang Wei went here alone. The figure moved towards the deepest part at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the powerful soul power of the body is also released. It formed a huge force and forced all the beast souls back. At the same time, it was also sensed by those giant level ferocious beasts in the Stardow forest. It's that guy here again. Xiang, Jun and other ferocious beasts were angry and planned to go out to fight Huang Wei. Wash away the shame. At this time Dishan walked out. His aura was relatively peaceful at the moment, not as strong as before. Ever since he was seriously injured by Huang Wei's attack. He has been practicing in the Lake of Life to recover from his injuries. Although a long time has passed in the outside world, a lot of things have happened. But for their soul beasts, this time is just the tip of the iceberg that is least worth mentioning in a long life. So far, he has only recovered 1/3 of his injuries. He is already a level 100 person. A god without gods. You cannot defeat him. He said before that he would come here if he found a way. Now that he is here, maybe there is a way. Don't let him get close to here. Although everyone wanted to fight, they also agreed with Dishan's words and were all self-aware. They got up and left one after another, not wanting to come near this place again. Outside, the Azure Bull Python was already confronting Huang Wei, waiting for Dishan and other ferocious beasts to arrive. Huang Wei looked playful. Dishan, how are your injuries? Upon hearing this, Dishan was furious. His face was cold and dark. The scandal that most people don't want to mention. This guy just wanted to say it. If you came here today to look for trouble, we can only stay with you until the end. When the other ferocious beasts were about to fight back, Dishan was the first to speak coldly. Huang Wei burst out laughing. Haha, just kidding. Why can't you, an old boy, be so funny? Let's get down to business. Dishan was angry. The reason why Huang Wei did not take action to destroy them, simply because the world needs balance. And it's impossible for him to think about it for all humans. After he becomes a god, He will no longer care about things in the lower world. At that time, the huge Wuhan Empire split. Well deserved. At least he fulfilled his dream of unification before he became a god. The world cannot be peaceful forever. Huang Wei told Dishan and others about the soul. Dishan was surprised and said, if your plan can succeed and reduce the hunting of soul beasts by humans, or even stop hunting them, then you will be our friend of soul beasts from now on. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Huang Wei nodded. Huang Wei said, I need blood, the blood of the soul beast. Can you find it for me? If there is no blood, it is fine, as long as it is the tissue from the body parts of the soul beast. Okay, I'll give it to you. Xian raised his hand a little, and the light shone towards Huang Wei's hand. Here are the blood and tissues of 5 soul beasts. They are all rare beasts that have become extinct. I have more than just these 5 heads. There are many more. If you can successfully cultivate these 5 heads, I will leave the rest to you. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded and put it away. Don't worry, I will give you an answer soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a space crack appeared behind Huang Wei, and his whole person was swallowed inside. The cracks also disappeared. Ishan narrowed his eyes slightly. This scene reminded him of the previous scene where he failed to kill Huang Wei. Could it be that he controls the power of space in the armor spirit space? Huang Wei took out what he had just obtained. There are 3 drops of blood, a bone and a horn. He didn't know what kind of extinct rare things these 5 were. So then we started to make it, based on the knowledge provided by the soul in space. Time passes quickly. Unknowingly. The 5 energy formations in front have already cultivated young infant soul beasts. Huang Wei didn't recognize these 5 things. Quickly asked about its system. The answer given by the system is 1. The soul stealing red fox. 2. Unparalleled fire. And 3. Flying thunder fire dragon gyro. 4. After image crystal phoenix rhinoceros. 5. Dark demonic spider. It's amazing. I've never heard of them all. Huang Wei clicked his tongue. Huang Wei came up with this idea. Hulina and the other 3 are almost at level 90. Let's show them the contract. But before that, he needed to back up the genes of these 5 soul beasts using formation methods. In this way, it can be produced like an assembly line in the future. If we can really do this, humans will really no longer need to hunt soul beasts in the future. With assembly line production, the price can also be cheaper. He took out 5 balls in his hand. It was a soul ball he made in his spare time. Used to hold souls. For example, a soul without a contract. It is no longer needed after the contract. He would also pass this method on to the higher ups of the Spirit Empire. At the same time, just in case, he deliberately left a copy at his grandfather's residence in Huangjiakan. It can also be regarded as a trump card left for him to fight against the evil division after he becomes a god. Of course you have to be able to find it. Chapter 208 Negotiation and Blood. Huang Wei left the space. Time naturally does not pass as fast outside as it does in space. Dishan and others have returned. Only the Azure Bull Python remains. The Azure Bull Python felt Huang Wei's aura. Chapter 166. He immediately poked his head out of the lake. Are you coming back so soon? Azure Bull Python's tone contained a hint of resentment, because Erming's life and death are still unknown. Huang Wei looked at it and said, that monkey was sacrificed to Micronis. I promised it that I would resurrect it after I become a god. When the Azure Bull Python heard this, his heart ached. It's really what it thinks the second brother made a sacrifice. Or the other part is confident. Azure Bull Python, I hope you will do what you say. Huang Wei, yes, what exactly are you doing here this time? Your soul cultivation plan shouldn't be completed so quickly. The Azure Bull Python was puzzled. Huang Wei spread the aura on his body. Dishan and others will naturally come over if they sense it. He doesn't need to worry about it at all. In his hand, 5 balls were suspended by a force. The next second. Dishan and other ferocious beasts gathered together again. Human, did you do this on purpose? You just left a few days ago, and you're here again. How can it be so fast? Xiang Jun, the 10,000 Demon King, and the Red King were displeased, and were the first to speak. Dishan spoke calmly. Huang Wei, what are you doing here again? This guy's breath is terrible. Come and release your breath every time. All the soul beasts in the entire Stardow forest will be frightened and flee. seriously disrupting order. Huang Wei said, who says I'm not that fast? Those 5 soul beasts have been cultivated by me and have become souls that are placed in these 5 soul balls. Finger flicking, the 5 soul balls bounced one after another. 5 rays of light appeared. What? So fast? Has your technology reached such a terrifying level? The ferocious beasts looked at the 5 young infant soul beasts in front of them. Their pupils shrank, and they were shocked. Looking at the 5 rare things in front of me. The corners of Huang Wei's mouth rose. He planned to collect the blood of all the soul beasts, then a human intervenes to edit and combine the blood samples. Cultivate a super powerful, super talented soul beast spirit. Maybe he can make a contract after he becomes a god. And this one has the ability to continue to be modified later in this way. His soul is the strongest. So he needs speed to complete these 5 samples. Find an opportunity to collect the blood of these soul beasts. Chen and other ferocious beasts did not know Huang Wei's plan. He just quickly checked the 5 young soul beasts in front of him. It's really them. The soul-stealing red fox, the peerless fire ant, the flying thunder fire dragon, the afterimage crystal phoenix rhinoceros, and the dark evil spider. They read it out one by one. These spirit beasts have been extinct for thousands of years, and the ones that follow have even been extinct for tens of thousands of years. Some are extinct due to natural factors, and some are extinct due to human killing. Chen said, I believe in your ability. I have a request. Can you return them to me? We can agree to all your requests, as long as they are not too excessive. These soul beasts are too useful to them. Just cultivate it. Their soul beast clan will receive huge help. The corners of Huang Wei's mouth raised. What he wanted was this sentence. Anyway, he has already backed up all the genes of these 5. The replication and cloning was successfully implemented in the space. Because it is a technology provided by the system, it is very mature. So there was no problem in giving these 5 to them. He said, my friend, this is no problem. Not just these 5. As long as you have any soul beasts that you want me to help resurrect, I can help you complete it. But I only have one request. Any request? Chen had to say that it would be very good if all the extinct soul beasts could be resurrected. Don't be nervous. This request is very simple for you to accomplish. I need a drop of blood from all of your soul beasts. Blood from anywhere will do, including the far north and the far west. Huang When he finished his words, they naturally understood why Huang Wei wanted the blood of their soul beasts, but don't care. Because compared to a drop of blood, it is better than the death of a soul beast. This drop of blood is indeed not difficult. Chen said, okay, I will collect it for you within a week. Huang Wei said, remember, it is the blood of all soul beasts, including yours, and those in other forests. Recently, there is a new continental plate merging here, and there are soul beasts there, too. Chen nodded. Okay. Huang Wei looked deep into the depths and said, including her, your lord. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The pupils shrank, and a cold light flashed. How do you know? This is a big deal. If the other party knows it, then the god realm must also know it. Okay, but you need to agree to my request. However, at this moment, a woman's light voice sounded. It seemed that Huang Wei knew her existence without any surprise. My lord, all the ferocious beasts were shocked and turned to look in that direction. Huang Wei nodded. Say your request. After you become a god, if you can help us soul beasts gain the opportunity to become gods, for example, reopen the channel for soul beasts to become gods. Huang Wei said, your request is really not a small one. However, I can promise you that when the time comes, I will open the channel for soul beasts to become gods. He planned to agree first. Okay, I hope you can fulfill your promise. This is a drop of my blood. Take it, then. A ray of light floated in front of Huang Wei. Huang Wei caught him. I saw a drop of blood exuding the terrifying power of the dragon. He was sure it was the blood of the Silver Dragon King. It exudes elemental power, very rich. He put it away decisively. I have the blood of another dragon here. You must be very interested. I have 2 more requests. You can easily do it. This drop of blood is yours. Huang Wei thought that it would be over, but he never expected that the Silver Dragon King's next words would really interest him. The blood of another dragon. Could it belong to the Golden Dragon King? Huang Wei thought to himself. Or maybe it's the dragon god. Of course the latter was just something he thought about. If the other party really had the blood of the dragon god, her injuries would have recovered long ago in the original work. How do I know if that drop of blood is worth it? Huang Wei said. Silver Dragon King said, I can tell you these two conditions first, and then you can weigh them. Huang Wei's gaze went deep. Tell me and listen. First, separate the Stardow Forest from your spirit empire. Second, you humans new gods are not allowed to take action against our Stardow Forest. There is also an additional requirement that we are not allowed to tell anyone except you about our existence. As long as you can fulfill these two requirements and the additional one, then I can give you the blood of the Golden Dragon King here. Hearing this, the beast was shocked. It seems that this request is for their sake. Extremely touched. Huang Wei, Golden Dragon King? Dishan explained. There was a dragon god in the god realm a long time ago, but later the dragon god fell. The Golden Dragon King is one of the dragon kings that split after the dragon god's death. This drop of the Golden Dragon King's blood belongs to it. Do you think it's worth it? Huang Wei, okay, I agree to your conditions, and I will also admit the additional conditions. What realm do you think Douluo God King is equivalent to Douluo? It's up to you to decide. Chapter 167. Delivery time has arrived. Take it. The Silver Dragon King's voice came out. Huang Wei couldn't wait to catch the red blood in front of him. On this drop of blood, he felt the extremely vigorous, active, and violent breath of the Dragon King. The corner of Huang Wei's mouth rose. This drop of blood is not easy. Are you really willing to give it to me? He added. I think you have no idea about these three requirements in exchange for this drop of blood. The woman's light voice sounded again. It is indeed extraordinary. This is the blood from the heart of the Golden Dragon King. As for whether it is worth it, as long as you have absolute status after becoming a god and help our soul beasts, it will be worth it. Huang Wei put it away. Don't worry, I will never break my promise to you. Now, he has the blood of many powerful ferocious beasts and 2 demigod beasts. When the time comes, extract a drop of blood from each of the 3 inner elixirs. More comfortable. And he has a blood center. Just wait until the Shura demonic sword is repaired. He can use the blood hub to enlarge these drops of blood into large amounts. By then there will be no upper limit on the fault tolerance rate. The test subjects can also be endless. He was extremely excited when he thought of this. The strongest soul in the future will be born from his hands. I'll wait for your news about the remaining blood. This piece is a soul guide that can directly contact me. After I get all the blood, I will use my divine power to separate the Stardow Forest, and no human gods will disturb you. Huang Wei said, but you can't launch a war of destruction against humans. After all, after they have souls in the future, they will not need to hunt soul beasts to make soul rings. Of course, if it is those hunting teams or other soul masters who are looking for death, you can kill as many as you like. Huang Wei said calmly, I will also announce the news in the empire. Anyone who disobeys me will be killed by you. Okay, I promise you. Silver Dragon King said. So Huang Wei put these 5-headed things and 5 soul balls here. Went back by myself. Those 5 soul balls were completely random to him. He will also keep this technology and give it to Wuhan Palace. At that time, I also plan to leave a share of the soul and this technology to the soul beast. In this way, the human family will not be dominated by one family. The Silver Dragon King said, Dishan, call all the spirit beasts in the spirit empire to come to the Stardow Forest within a week. After collecting the blood, let them stay in the forest and not leave to wait for independence. It's my lord. Dishan nodded. The Stardow Forest is extremely huge, and it is more than enough to accommodate those groups of spirit beasts. What's more, it's no longer as large as it used to be. So they moved quickly. 5 soul beasts entered it for cultivation. When he just left, Dishan also handed over all the remaining blood or tissues of the extinct soul beasts to Huang Wei. Returning to the Wuhan Palace, Huang Wei announced the establishment of the Soul Tower. Right, the cognitive Theory knowledge of the soul in the textbook. With Bibi Dong here. The souls were quickly promoted. This is a safe soul ring that can be picked. Naturally, it attracted a lot of people's attention. In order to prevent one family from becoming dominant. He established the Soul Guidance Academy again. Start reforming. Huang Wei gave some people some soul making knowledge that could be spread. Let them move into the Soul Tower. The Soul Guide also operates in the same way. At the same time, Huang Wei also promulgated a treaty prohibiting the hunting of soul beasts. It instantly caused dissatisfaction among many people. If you don't believe it, keep sneaking in. Especially some hunting groups. Huang Wei's promulgation of this completely cut off their financial path. Moreover, the knowledge created by the soul is controlled by the high-level officials of the empire. They are completely useless. Therefore, many people with ulterior motives are even more ready to take action. Some who went in did not come out alive. But at this moment, Bibi Dong has already been filled with soul rings. His soul ring is slightly different from the original, but not too big. I just happened to find the 100,000-year-old soul-eating spider emperor and bloodthirsty spider emperor as fork iron ring soup. When the time comes, Huang Wei will sacrifice the soul ring to the opponent's fairy grass, and if he doesn't dislike it, he can also absorb it for the soul. I just don't know if it will delay the requirements for the divine examination. Don't dare to gamble. As for Hulina and others, Huang Wei has begun to copy and cultivate souls internally. Give it to them to absorb. The quality of these souls is good. It can provide 4 or 5 soul rings. A soul has the ability to grow, and the larger it is, the more soul rings it provides, because this is very complete soul knowledge. If nothing else happens, a soul master only needs to sign a contract for 1 soul in his lifetime, and he will not have to worry about soul rings in the future. 1 head can solve 9 soul rings. What's more, not all soul masters' talents can be upgraded to very high levels. 1 head is really enough. Huang Wei cultivated those extinct soul beasts in different dimensions, gave it to them to absorb. Hulina absorbed the soul-eating red fox, although the 9th soul ring is only white. But it's not a big problem, because it has strong growth potential. Sooner or later, 100,000 years. As for Yan, he absorbed the peerless fire ant. Ziyu is the flying thunder fire dragon. Jiao. Others absorb other souls naturally. There are many copies. They are all distributed. For example, Huan and Melu's family members all absorbed a very talented 1. This will also improve the quality of the martial spirit. The upper limit is even higher. The experiment was a success. It has achieved an effect that is countless times better than that in the original work. During this week, many soul beasts in the Wuhan Empire had received orders from Dishan and other ferocious beasts. They all headed towards the Stardao forest. Some have formed the scale of a small beast side, but luckily they didn't hurt humans. This was also an order specifically issued by Dishan and other ferocious beasts: never kill humans unless they are harmed. Try to come from within the forest. Don't go out to human cities in just 5 days, except for the sea soul beasts and the soul beasts from the 2 extremely cold places. All the soul beasts in the Spirit Empire have gathered in the Stardao forest. Dishan and other ferocious beasts quickly collected blood. Because there is only 1 day left before delivery. Because they were within a week before. 7 days a week. Then it will be done in 6 days. As for the soul beasts in the 2 extreme cold places, Dishan personally went there and collected them. Early the next morning. The blood of all soul beasts has been collected. As for those who didn't, he cooperated. They were beaten violently by Dishan and others ferocious beasts and then felt comfortable. The dark demon evil god Tiger is one of those who is unwilling to cooperate. He became well behaved after being beaten. Dishan simply collected all the blood that burst out after being injured. Done in 1 week. Huang Wei has arrived. This is the blood of all the soul beasts who want. They are all here, including those from the extreme cold places. As for the soul beasts in the sea, there are also them, but certainly not all of them. After all, the sea area is too large and mysterious. But all the soul beasts on the land are here, including some dead 100,000-year soul beasts. Dishan handed everything he collected to Huang Wei. Huang Wei immediately put it away. Chapter 168. Very satisfied. I will take action on the sea soul beast side myself. Huang Wei said. Chapter 210. Here I come. The goods have been received. Huang Wei is also a person of integrity. Escape into the sky. The powerful mental power spread rapidly. Some high-level soul beasts have a feeling of being spied on. All the secrets of the body are completely exposed. Soon the entire Stardow forest was enveloped. The mental power just covers the area lines in all directions. There is a gap leading to the sea on one side. After separation, you can move it directly. Therefore, Huang Wei summoned 9 soul rings. The huge black turtle stands tall against the sky and the earth. The million-year soul bone package appears. The wings of the huge blood bat are also open. The Poseidon trident and the vast sea universe cover were sacrificed. In conjunction with the power of the black turtle. The power of the sea is trapped in the bottom plate of the star forest. The fused ring condenses the strongest power on the Poseidon trident. While slashing with his halberd, he teleported to 3 locations continuously. Use powerful force to cut open the surroundings of the Stardow forest. The power seeps directly into the earth. Sea water is constantly pouring into the crack. The entire continent of the Spirit Empire was trembling. The huge Stardow forest split directly from the mother body. It was pushed into the sea by the power of the huge sea and rifted away. This is to make it independent. A huge gap appeared in the Wuhan Empire. Huang Wei just brought back the protruding part of the island land and used the power of the sea to merge and move it into this gap. Although it can't be completed, it doesn't matter. He had already discussed this matter with Bibi Dong and Kai and Douluo. Because of the relationship between souls, so they acquiesced. Didn't stop this from happening. The soul beast is gone. At the same time, it also means that they have truly mastered the technology of souls. As long as we speed up research and development, we can achieve the assembly line production that Huang Wei said. Then the soul beast is really dispensable to them. From now on, it also means that the Wuhan Empire bids farewell to the era of hunting soul beasts, officially entering the era of soul creation. The next time passed quickly. Huang Wei also had no intention of paying attention to what was happening in the Spirit Empire. Focus on developing your own blood project. Clone and back up as many blood samples as possible and leave them in the soul tower. There are also medium quality souls that are easier to produce on the assembly line, with neither high nor low quality. Half a year has passed like this, but in Huang Wei's different space, many years have passed. At the same time. Today is also the day when the Shura demonic sword is completely restored. It also means that the blood center can be used. Blood can also be used without an upper limit. Huang Wei asked the system to take out the repaired Shura demon sword from the god of death domain. This magic sword was soaked and restored with Huang Wei's own blood. I was born with a very high degree of compatibility with him. The repair of the Shura demonic sword was successful. The Shura demonic sword was automatically bound and recognized, and you obtained the right to use the Shura demonic sword. Congratulations on completing the 3rd Shura demonic exam. As a reward, the Shura's power is increased by 25%. The soul rings in the body that are less than 1,000,000 years old are increased by 200,000 years. At the same time, the deep and hoarse voice of God Shura sounded in Huang Wei's mind. But on the palm of Huang Wei's right hand, a mark of the Shura demon sword appeared. A ray of light shone brightly on him. The 7 soul rings under the 8th soul ring on Huang Wei's body rapidly increased in age. More powerful power was manifested. Huang Wei's face was full of enjoyment. Now he finally has 2 artifacts. Congratulations to the host for completing the 4th test. The gift package has been successfully distributed. Please check it. The system sounds. Huang Wei smiled even more happily. The 4th test is to fuse the 3 inner elixirs. After coming to his senses, he calmed down. He took out 3 inner elixirs. He had already extracted the blood inside. Maintaining the form of being possessed by a martial spirit. He began to absorb it. Since it was my first time, it was definitely not that simple. He needs to explore slowly. That's all. Without realizing it, another year has passed outside. A lot of things happened in the Wuhan Empire this year and they gradually adapted to the replacement of souls, and it's not really too expensive either. Some people with good talents can get free soul selections as long as they join the Wuhan Hall. You can also get it by joining other forces in the space. Time passes quickly. Huang Wei's aura was even more terrifying. The 3 inner elixirs were completely absorbed into his body. This process is not easy. Now he is equivalent to having 4 hearts among them. The blood red 9-headed Bat King's inner elixir can help resist 9 fatal injuries each time. A head on the inner alchemy will be lost. At the same time, The inner elixir will also become weaker. Huang Wei is truly invincible now. He tried to condense his godhead, but failed because he had his own godhead. Therefore, he needs to activate the Zuanwu God's throne. After becoming a god quickly. What will happen then will be out of his control. Now he has absorbed it. All that's left is to inherit the Shura deity. The inheritance of the Shura God's throne has begun. Please go to Poseidon Island immediately to inherit the first position of Poseidon, and then start using the 3 inner elixirs, the Shura demonic sword, and the blood bat wings as the medium, to inherit the Shura God's throne in one fell swoop. The voice of God Shura appeared at this moment. Huang Wei did not stay any longer. He directly handed over a copy of the results of the research here over the years to the Soul Tower, and also handed the Soul Guidance Device to the Soul Guidance Device College. After the explanation, he spoke to Bibi Dong and Douluo. I'm going to inherit the throne of God. They were all shocked. Too fast. The day has come. After the explanation, Huang Wei quickly headed towards Poseidon Island in an instant. Knowing the inside story, he didn't bother to investigate why God Shura asked him to go to Poseidon Island to first inherit the throne of Poseidon, and then inherit the throne of God Shura. Soon, he arrived at Poseidon Island. Currently in Poseidon Island. The atmosphere is unusually immersive. There were no more cheers. The 7 sacred pillars are located outside the Poseidon temple, and Zhao Bei is also among them. They all received the instructions just now. The 9 Poseidon examinations will begin today. She was going to sacrifice. At the same time, it also means that the mission of their 7 holy pillars has been completed. Everything is coming to an end. Chapter 169. At this moment they were not happy, but sad. Bo Saixi was in the temple and received the message from the god of the sea from the god realm earlier than Huang Wei. This day has finally arrived. My mission of guarding the inheritance of Poseidon will be completed today. I should be happy to retire after my success, but I can't laugh. Tang Chen, are you okay? Then there is no news. Are you dead or alive? If you are dead, then I will look for you soon. Bo Saix's eyes were as full of emotion as the memories lingered on. Suddenly, her eyes opened suddenly, and she turned around and stared behind her because she felt Huang Wei had arrived and it is entering Poseidon Island. At this moment, everything seemed to come to a standstill. Breathing heavily, anyone who faces death will feel a great sense of heaviness, including her. Master Quasi Poseidon, you are here. Bo Saix's voice echoed. Everyone looked towards the sky. At this moment, Huang Wei was floating quietly and watching below. Everyone felt a unique pressure. They all knelt down and worshipped Quasi Poseidon. Huang Wei appeared directly in the temple. Looking at the familiar person in front of him, he said, "Great enshrinement. I am here. Do you think Douluo God King is equivalent to Dao Po? Which level is better? You can give suggestions, and the internet says it is directly comparable to Dao Emperor. Chapter 211 Million Years Poseidon suit. Bo Saixi said, time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye. Huang Wei, yes, Bo Saixi, can you find his message? Huang Wei naturally understood that the person Bo Saixi was talking about was Tang Chen. Naturally, he would not tell the other party that he had killed him with his own hands. He could only shake his head helplessly. No, after I returned, I mobilized the whole sect to search for it, but there is still no news about Tang Chen. Maybe he has really. I won't talk about it here, deliberately leaving a suspense for Bo Saixi. Bo Saixi sighed. This is just as I thought. Come on, you sit in front and I will guide you to start the 9th test. Huang Wei nodded and acted as instructed. Unleash all the power in his body. A huge Zuanwu appeared on his body. The vigorous soul power keeps rising and falling. He's become stronger again. Bo Saixi was shocked. The 9th test of Poseidon begins. Find the heart of Poseidon and inherit the throne of Poseidon. It has been detected that the heart of Poseidon already exists, and the inheritance of Poseidon's throne is about to begin. Inheritor, accept it. A loud sound sounded, and a divine light filled with the power of the Poseidon fell from the temple and enveloped Huang Wei. Bo Saixi clasped his hands towards Poseidon and said, Poseidon, my mission is accomplished. With that said, she was about to jump into the energy pool in front of her. Huang Wei suddenly opened his eyes and said, Great worshipper, what are you doing? Why is the life energy in your body passing so fast? Although he already knew the plot, he still had to put on a show. Both sakes, he said. Although he already knew the plot, he still had to put on a show. You are very powerful now. The opening of the divine space energy ascension plane is more powerful than you imagined. You alone cannot support it, so I must devote myself to you. Festival. This is also my last mission. My mission is completed. This is unfair to you. Huang Wei said in shock. Both sakes, he shook his head. This is also a relief for me. Lord Poseidon once told me that after I die, I will be truly happiest and freest. You don't need to feel any guilt. You just need to pass on the inheritance well. Poseidon, don't let my sacrifice go in vain. As the words dissipated, both sakes' figure also disappeared from the world, filled with the divine light of blue Poseidon energy. Big offering. Outside, everyone was extremely sad when they saw both sakes' huge shadow suddenly appeared in the temple in front of them. As people of Poseidon Island, they were members of the 7 sacred pillars, and they had a unique sense of both sakes' aura. Now the other party has indeed disappeared. Really gone. That means death. I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. Huang Wei had a complex expression on his face, seriously feeling the pull of the double force. In front is an open divine energy space. He was drawn in. In front of him, a blue soul bone suit glowing with golden light appeared. It's the Poseidon suit. Huang Wei absorbed the Poseidon divine equipment. Both sakes' voice came out. Huang Wei knew who the owner of the voice was and asked, I already have my soul bone suit. How should I absorb it? In fact, he had a way to absorb it himself. He just wanted to see how Poseidon would answer. After all, the mysterious runes he comprehended were not just in addition to the previous decoration swastika. He also comprehended the fusion glyph. As the name suggests, integration means integrating everything into oneself and strengthening oneself. It is a very domineering ability. His soul bone can also directly fuse the Poseidon suit in front of him. But it's hard to say which set will be shown in the end. I will help you absorb it. The Poseidon suit is evolved based on the soul bone that you own, attached to the complete Poseidon power. The stronger the soul bone of the body, the more powerful the evolved Poseidon suit will be. I can transfer all the abilities of these 6 pieces of the Poseidon suit to the suit of million-year-old soul bones that you now have. It's really enviable. How did this kid do it? After finishing speaking, Poseidon spoke envious words in the divine world. If all the overall strength is moved, then the Poseidon suit will directly change from 90,000 years to 1,000,000 years. The combat power is far from comparable to that of 90,000 years. This is going to be a very scary Poseidon suit. As for the wings, they were left to Shura, which was what they had agreed on before. Huang Wei didn't say much and touched the Poseidon suit in front of him with his hand. The huge black turtle appeared again, with various mysterious runes constantly moving on its body. Mysterious runes quickly enveloped the Poseidon suit. A fusion word Ju appeared in front of the Poseidon suit. The next moment, Huang Wei felt a burning sensation radiating from his soul bones. It came out of his body automatically. A set of 6 soul bones was formed. The soul bones in the 6 parts of the Poseidon suit quickly stretched and split. It directly hit the corresponding soul bone part of Huang Wei's body. What's going on? In the divine world, Poseidon himself was caught off guard by this sudden change and had no idea what was happening. Immediately use your spiritual sense to explore. And at the end, I discovered that my Poseidon suit had been fused and absorbed by the soul bone in Huang Wei's body. Even he had never heard of this scene before. It was his first time seeing it. It seems that Huang Wei's current condition is not serious and everything is normal. He did not interfere, but looked closely at the black turtle on his body, as well as the mysterious runes floating in the air that gradually merged into every part of the soul bone. A stream of cyan energy wrapped around every part of Huang Wei's soul bone, forcibly integrating the Poseidon suit into each part. Huang Wei only felt that something big was being forced into his body. It was full of swelling and a little uncomfortable. But then, a soft and undulating feeling of the sea came, and the whole person was swallowed by the sea. Divine light bloomed in his eyes. Even more terrifying power fills the entire divine succession space over time. Soon the violent energy calmed down. Blue and gold lines appeared on the 6 parts of the soul bone armor on Huang Wei's body. coupled with the power effect of turtle transformation. The whole thing is very gorgeous and beautiful. The current soul bone package is displayed in the form of the Poseidon suit . But it possesses all the skills of the previous soul bone . It's not just the Poseidon suit anymore. Now, it can be regarded as a 1.1 million year old Poseidon suit. The vigorous power of Poseidon is so powerful. Huang Wei raised his hand and clenched it, sensing the terrifying power emanating from the Poseidon suit. Until now, the limit of a soul bone under a deity has been 1 million years, but if one inherits the throne of a god, 1 million years will continue to increase to a level with an upper limit and the soul bone of his head, due to its super growth characteristics, directly reach the age of 1.2 million years. As long as he succeeds in inheriting the divine throne, his soul bones will continue to improve. This is a very scary limit. Poseidon smiled happily when he saw this. He felt that as an inheritor, he could elevate his status as Poseidon to the level of the supreme god. Even the God King. Chapter 212 The God of Two Gods. The Poseidon suit has grown beyond previous expectations. Now is the time to truly inherit the throne of Poseidon. A blue Poseidon godhead descended in front of Huang Wei. The Poseidon trident on Huang Wei's forehead emitted golden blue light. The Poseidon trident artifact appeared directly from Huang Wei's body. Along with it is a vast sea universe cover, which is the heart of Poseidon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Huang Wei followed the instructions and began to absorb them. The inheritance of the Poseidon's throne means the birth of the next Poseidon and the abdication of the old Poseidon. The powerful energy surge of Poseidon's power swirled in the danshan of Huang Wei's body. In the end, the god's position was fixed, and the godhead of Poseidon was formed. As time goes by, I don't know how much time has passed. This time, inheriting the divine throne was much easier than Huang Wei had imagined. There are no tests like those in the original work. After all, Poseidon's heart is intact now. The Poseidon Island fell silent due to the departure of the great worshipper Bosesi. On this day, the entire Poseidon Island shook. Everyone looked in the direction where the energy was emanating. Poseidon Temple, where there is a golden blue light blooming, extremely bright, above the sky. A familiar figure appeared. It's Huang Wei. At this moment, Huang Wei possesses the power of Poseidon with unparalleled purity. It's the real Poseidon Huang Wei. Today, I, Huang Wei, inherit the throne of Poseidon. From now on, I will be Poseidon. The majestic and invincible voice spread throughout Poseidon Island. A divine light fell from the sky, like a divine decree from heaven. Congratulations on the birth of the new Poseidon. Everyone trembled when they heard this sound. They all knelt down and worshipped loyally to the huge Huang Wei shadow at the temple. I will join you, Lord Poseidon. The golden blue light condensed, and Huang Wei's true figure held the Poseidon trident in his hand, and wore a million-year Poseidon suit. The blue Poseidon trident pattern on his forehead also turned into bright gold. The glass was translucent, noble and gorgeous, and supreme. Infinite power. A strand of long blue hair was exposed, and his golden blue eyes were just looking at the people below. Now he can clearly feel the increase in his power of worship. While inheriting the throne of Poseidon, he also inherited the throne of Shura God in one fell swoop. At this moment, he has two gods in his body. With just one thought, you can use the three inner elixirs in your body, the Shura demonic sword, and the wings of the blood bat, to transform into different forms, and his million-year Poseidon suit will also become the million-year Shura God suit, because he also absorbed the Shura God suit. What appeared on his body were not 9 soul rings, but 10. At the same time, the 10 are no longer soul rings, but god rings. After becoming a god, it will automatically transform, because soul rings are attached with divine power. In front of Huang Wei's eyes, a familiar light screen appeared. It is his character information. Host, Huang Wei martial spirit, Zuan Wu talent, turtle's longevity, endless life, and integration of rings lifespan. 800,000 years identity, god divine power, with built-in strengthening effect, level 105. First level god. In a sense, Shura god and Poseidon are both first level gods, but their divine power level is more advanced. Divine bones. Million years Poseidon said / Shura. Set spiritual power. Level 1 divine perfection physical strength. Level 1 divine perfection self god status. Xuanwu god. God level quality above god king. Super growth. No upper limit. Currently awakened. Waiting for inheritance. Current artifacts. Poseidon trident. Shura demonic sword soul skills. Defense. Comes with level 1. Counter damage critical hit. Level 4 armor enhancement. Armor savings. Martial spirit space. Martial air destruction. Infinite Xuanwu cannon. Xuanwu gravity field. Xuanwu true body. Heaven supporting wrath. Xuanwu 9 change. Xuanwu destroys the world. Soul bone. 1.2 million year old soft bone rabbit rhydon bone. Turtle version. Can grow. Poseidon Shura. Skills. Teleportation. Invincible golden body. 2. The 1.2 million year old ice and fire dragon king divine bone turtle version can grow. Poseidon Shura. Ice and fire dragon king strike. Absolute zero. Absolute flame extinction. 3. 1,020 year old water light lotus right leg bonner turtle version. Can grow. Poseidon Shura. Water shadow light body. For 1.2 million year old evil killer whale shark left leg bone. Turtle version. Can grow. Poseidon Shura. Evil killer whale chop. 1.3 million years of super grown head soul bone. Poseidon Shura. Death spirit side. 6. The 1.2 million year old torso bone of the deep sea demonic whale king. Turtle version can grow. Poseidon Shura. Wrathful demonic whale kill. Divine power transformation. 7 1.2 million year old blood bat wings. The turtle version can grow. Shura. Blood bat shield. Blood red 9-headed storm. Magical power. Golden turtle mask equipment. Thorn armor. Defensive version of static electric blade. Armor veil point abilities. Aura of a superior person. Immune to the might of a titled Douluo. Immune to water and fire. Invulnerable to all poisons. Super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 100% cultivation speed. 20% inner elixir drive. Deep sea demonic whale king inner elixir. Blood red 9-headed bat king inner elixir. 10-headed fiery sun snake inner elixir. Poseidon's heart. Integrated into the heart. System warehouse. The interface is for reference only, not all. This is a new life, and the next step is to settle down on Poseidon Island. Recalling the previous scene inside Huang Wei side. Since it was Poseidon's request, he would not include Poseidon Island in the Spirit Empire. After all, after he becomes a god, the Spirit Empire may not have anything in the near future point, but in the long run, many forces will definitely emerge, and peaceful reunification will not last long. Moreover, there were still many people in Huang Wei who had not been killed. For example, there may still be people alive among the Shrek 7 monsters in the original work. This was also something he didn't want to kill on purpose. No matter what the future holds, as long as its soul knowledge and soul guidance tools can be passed on anyway, he left it to the Stardew Forest. There is no fear that humans will launch soul guides in the Stardew Forest in the future. I have completely disrupted the plot of Douluo. Huang Wei's eyes looked at one part of Douluo Star, flashing with an icy cold light. Second level. Gods, for the sake of the divine world, I won't kill you for the time being, but you won't live long. Now that he has become a god, it is time to settle down on Poseidon Island. He landed slowly. Looking at the 7 sacred pillars in Zio Bay, he said, "Everyone, your mission has been completed. I will not keep the inheritance of Poseidon. You don't need to protect it anymore. You can go out and see the complexity of this world. In there is also some knowledge about souls and soul guides here. You can take them and learn." Lord Poseidon, don't you want us anymore? Everyone looked extremely sad after hearing this. No, I just didn't leave behind my inheritance, but I will leave behind the power of the Poseidon and the test of the 7 holy pillars. The Poseidon will protect you like the Poseidon. In the future, if you find a suitable person, you can bring him into the Poseidon temple, and I will naturally sense it. Now that the great worshipper Bosaksi has been sacrificed. Poseidon Island still needs strong people to guard it. Hey Long, are you willing to continue guarding Poseidon Island? Of course. At the same time, you can also go out and see the world, and you are not as restricted as before. Huang Wei said. Lord Poseidon, we are willing. Everyone was happy. Well, I will give you a great opportunity now. How many breakthroughs you can make depends on your ability. In space, 1 year inside is equal to 1 day outside. I will stay in the lower realm for 1 year. This space is baptized by the power of Poseidon. How far you can improve depends on you. While speaking, Huang Wei had already waved his hand and brought these 8 people into a different space point at the same time. A baptism of light from Poseidon's blessing was given to the entire Poseidon Island point. The soul masters on the island have benefited immensely. Some contrasts are directly promoted to the level of title. Douluo point Soul Saint is promoted to Soul. Douluo point keep pushing point. Before leaving, Huang Wei planned to bring out the second Bosaksi point after all. He is Poseidon now, and Poseidon Island is also one of his homes. He didn't want his home to be destroyed by outside forces after he left point. Although Poseidon was dead, the old sea god Poseidon left her sea god spirit and all her power to Huang Wei point. Huang Wei selected Heilong and others, selected the strongest, and gave them this power at the same time. The grass jelly was also taken care of. Chapter 213 Angel God Khan Rinxu. Time flies at this moment in the Spirit Empire. In the Angel Temple point a golden light was revealed point. A huge angel shadow appeared in the sky point. One after another dazzling golden light burst out from his body point. In the center of the shadow is a gorgeous woman with long golden hair. It was Khan Rinxu point at this moment. She was holding the angel sword in her hand, and her entire body was covered in golden angel suit armor, which was luxurious and gorgeous. He had clearly become a god, but there was no joy in his eyes. Instead, he felt sad because she became a god, but her grandfather Khan Douluo sacrificed for her. But the other party told her that this was his mission and also his relief. Huang Wei, where are you? Chapter 171. Khan Rinxu clenched her silver teeth and moved her red lips slightly point before Khan Douluo died. What the other party wanted most was for her to get married to Huang Wei point. It's a pity that Mr. Huang Wei has disappeared a long time ago point, and it has never appeared again until now. Have you become a god and ascended to the divine realm? Khan Rinxu raised her head and looked at the sky. Wrong, she shook her head because she had asked the angel god that there was another god in Douluo star named Huang Wei, but there was no flying god yet. So she quickly asked where the other person was now. The other party's answer is Poseidon Island. Khan Rinxu turned around and looked into the Pope's palace. The vision is extremely complex. Khan Douluo had already told her everything about Bibi Dong and her father. She felt very ashamed when she knew the truth. Moreover, Bibi Dong is now also undergoing the test of a god named Rakshasa god point. Not surprisingly, he is about to become a god point. She glanced at the prosperous Wuhan Empire point. All of this is now remembered in her mind point, because she will find Huang Wei soon point. Be sure to be outside the angel temple at that time point. Have a grand wedding. Who? Lena, let's just find that guy first. Khan Rinxu sighed. Lena was chosen by Huang Wei through her mother's insistence. The constant guilt made it difficult for her to say anything. Leave all these bad questions to Huang Wei to deal with by himself. She flew up and flew directly to the location of Poseidon Island given to her by the angel god in her mind at extremely fast speed. There was only a golden trace left on the sky. At this moment, in the Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong was going through the 9th test of the Rakshasa God point. I have lived 7 Rakshasa illusions, and now I have reached the 6th one point. The 7th fantasy was about what happened in that room on that day in the year, when she returned to the nightmare point in an instant. Her whole mentality was shattered point. The power of fearful Rakshasa directly killed Khan Zhongji. When I have the ability to take revenge, it's not true. In the illusion, Bibi Dong's figure appeared with a chilling evil aura. The whole person also looks very dark and evil, but she still had her wits about her in Poseidon Island. Huang Wei has been staying here for a long time. 8 figures appeared in front of him. It was Hailong and the others experienced the baptism in a different space and the light of Poseidon. After a long time of washing. The aura on each of them became very terrifying, and Hailong's strength has also risen to the level of a peak Peerless Douluo. The rest of them have also become Super Douluo and beings infinitely close to Peerless Douluo. Zai obeys, because he has the foundation of 100,000 year soul beast. He directly became a Peerless Douluo. Huang Wei gave the power of Poseidon left by the old sea god Poseidon to Hailong. As long as it is absorbed, not only the martial soul will undergo huge changes, even his cultivation level can directly reach the demigod level. Hailong, from now on you will be the captain of Poseidon Island. If one of the 7 holy pillars is missing, Xiao Bei will be the one to make up for it. Huang Wei's voice was calm. It seemed that nothing could change his mood at all. He finally gave instructions. The time is coming, and I will ascend to the god realm. From now on, Poseidon Island will be handed over to you to guard. Remember, you must carry forward the knowledge I entrusted to you. Everyone was extremely sad, but they said solemnly, we understand, Lord Poseidon. Nothing will happen to us on Poseidon Island. Suddenly, at this moment, a powerful divine power was approaching Poseidon Island, and it was very fast. What? A powerful divine power? This divine power has surpassed that of a demigod. It is a real true god. Hailong, who was a demigod, noticed it instantly and broke into cold sweat. Everyone looked over and felt extremely shocked. Is there a god coming to attack our Poseidon Island? Hailong frowned, but immediately relaxed after looking at Huang Wei. What are you afraid of? They have a Poseidon, and not just any Poseidon. Huang Wei looked over and said calmly, what a bright divine power. It seems to be an angel god. Unexpectedly, Rinxu's divine test has been completed faster than I imagined. He could only think of one person with this bright divine power. There is no one else but Rinxu in the entire Douluo continent. Soon, in the sky of Poseidon Island, a golden female figure stepped into the air and stopped there. Rinxu, who also felt the divine power, twitched her eyelashes. Her expression was horrified, since this Poseidon power was so much stronger than her angel god power. It has been surpassed countless times. How can you be so strong as a god? She had just reached level 100 and felt suffocated in front of this Poseidon power. Obviously Poseidon and Angel God are both first level gods, so why is there such a huge gap? She is really puzzled. At this moment, the eyes of the sky and the island are facing each other. Huang Wei flew into the sky and came to Rinxu. He smiled. Congratulations on becoming an angel god. Earlier than I expected. I sighed in my heart. I really deserve to be my own god. The water leakage is so serious. If it weren't for the great release of Shura God. He even envied Rinxu. It's a pity that now he doesn't need to envy anyone. Rinxu shook her head. Not as good as you. My family's succession to the throne is not as fast as yours. How strong are you? She asked curiously, her beautiful eyelashes slightly twitching. Huang Wei said, the peak level is 105, but it's almost 106. Because I opened the 9th Poseidon and the 4th Azura gift packs, my cultivation speed increased by 10% respectively. That's 20% in total. Adding in the original 20, he is now 40. This cultivation speed is very terrifying. It took less than a year to reach the next level, and this is still a level after level 100. Only those who have become gods know the difference in divine power required for this. Now Huang Wei can't wait any longer. I want to quickly travel to the god realm and inherit the throne of Xuanwu God. Feel free to go to your own erotic realm to complete the things you promised before and resurrect the soul beasts entrusted in the soul ring. There is also the titan giant ape of phantom night Milu. These are his promises and he will not break them. What? A monster? Rinxu smiled bitterly. Why don't you go to the god realm to report? She asked. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. It's almost time. Aren't we waiting for you? I want to hold the wedding with you before ascending. By the way, I will deal with the tail end of my Poseidon Island. The people above are already urging me to stop. Yes, sure, a god and Poseidon have already urged him to quickly go to the ascension passage of the god realm. They don't care if they are founder or the other. It's just 1 year in the lower realm and 1 day in the divine realm. But the two god kings urged them. They had no choice but to urge Huang Wei. That's good if you still remember me. This is what grandpa always missed before he left. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxu's pretty face turned red and shy, and her heart was sweet and very happy. After all, no matter what, she is still just a budding young lady. Chapter 214 The Chatter of the Two Gods. Qian Rinxu asked, when do you plan to hold it, Huang? Wei looked towards the direction of the empire and said, of course your mother and my grandfather cannot be absent from our wedding, but your mother is still in the process of taking the divine examination, and I don't know when she will be able to come out, and I will ascend in 1 month. Qian Rinxu frowned and said in surprise, you know everything? Did she tell you? Huang Wei shook his head. After I became a god, I went back to see you. You were still concentrating on the exam at that time, but when I went to see her, I felt the power of Rakshasa in her body. Qian Rinxu's eyes were complicated. There is also a misunderstanding between me and her that needs to be resolved. Suddenly, her eyes were full of aggression and fun, waiting for Huang Wei to make a fool of himself. By the way, I heard that she plans to marry her only female disciple, Wuhan Palace Saint Ulina, with me. What do you want to do? Huang Wei was stunned when he heard this. I remembered this incident. As a dual level god and a first level god, he can ascend with non-gods, but similarly, he can also find suitable gods for them to pass on after arriving in the god realm. He did not feel too burdened, but laughed heartily. I have long regarded the teacher as my mother. Since she is a mother, as a son, I naturally have to listen. I want both you and Sister Nana. We both let's go to the god realm and live happily together. Chapter 172. Bah, you bad man. Qian Rinxu was angry. Then I will only marry Sister Nana, Huang Wei said with a serious smile. I will take her to the god realm to find the god for her to inherit. Asshole, how dare you? Qian Rinxu was angry and bared her teeth at Huang Wei. Huang Wei looked embarrassed. What else should we do? Qian Rinxu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and glared at the bad guy Huang Wei. He snorted coldly and said, my grandfather said before he died that if she and I marry you, I must be the one who takes care of it. He told my mother about this. Huang Wei said, if we get married, I will only have you two women. Do you really want to divide the girls? When Qian Rinxu heard this, she immediately became confused. Huang Wei continued, you two are both big and small. If you are willing, we will get married. If you are not willing, then I will marry Hulina alone. He said leisurely, a person becoming a god is actually not as happy as imagined. Qian Rinxu was silent and hummed, I really want to kill this playboy like you with a sword. Since you are a mother, I agree. This can be regarded as a kind of compensation for not knowing the truth before. She is a very generous woman. Isn't it just two women serving one husband together? It's no big deal. You are such a mature woman, Huang Wei smiled happily and raised his hand directly to Qian Rinxu's head, stroking her hair. Qian Rinxu's face became even more rosy, but being touched felt inexplicably comfortable, and I didn't avoid it for a while. But after reacting, he moved away with a blushing face. Qian Rinxu looked down with a playful look on her face. What? Why don't you include your Poseidon Island in the Spirit Empire? Huang Wei said, I can even make them independent in the Stardow Forest, let alone this is my inheritance. Anyway, Hanhei City has been taken over. What benefits has the Stardow Forest given you? Qian Rinxu looked at her. Her soul rings were all given by gods, and she never hunted soul beasts. Later Huang Wei said, the blood of all soul beasts is needed to create souls. The requirements I reached with them, not to mention that humans killed soul beasts in large numbers before. If this continues, the soul beasts will become extinct, which is not good. Qian Rinxu also agreed with Huang Wei's words. It is true that humans have hunted too many soul beasts. Moreover, the growth rate of soul beasts is also very slow. If this continues, sooner or later one day the soul beast will be gone. So what should the soul master do? And she also learned about Huang Wei's soul, which was indeed very interesting. It is the correct new way for soul masters to get rid of their dependence on hunting soul beasts. And now the Wuhan Empire has also entered the era of souls. There are already many soul masters in the Wuhan Empire who have absorbed the souls cultivated by the Soul Tower. Some souls have already been mass produced. And there are many preferential policies in terms of price. Kyan Rinxu asked, do they know that you are the holy son of Wuhan Palace? Huang Wei shook his head, I don't know, and I don't plan to tell them. I'll explain it to them when I go down, and then I'll go back with you. The power of Rakshasa on the teacher's side is getting stronger and stronger, and maybe it will happen, as long as I hope her mind will not be completely controlled by the Rakshasa divine mind. It would be good if she could ascend with peace of mind. If not, I will have no choice but to take action. Huang Wei looked at Kyan Rinxu. This is also my promise to Grandpa Kyan, the agreement I made with him. Kyan Rinxu gritted her teeth. Save her life. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, at most we will abolish the godhead. Then we will take her to the god realm and find a way to find a new one for her. After Huang Wei finished speaking, he flew down to Poseidon Island Point. After explaining the funeral affairs to Heilong and others, he left Poseidon Island under the reluctant eyes of everyone. Martial Spirit Empire. Wuhan City. Huang Wei and Kyan Rinxu came directly to the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong is not here. So he used his spiritual thoughts to find the power of Rakshasa. The final answer is Bibi Dong is still in the papal palace. But it entered another different space. No need to ask, he must have entered the secret realm of Rakshasa and accepted the test of the gods. Kyan Rinxu asked, is there any way to know her current situation? The test to succeed a god is very difficult. It wouldn't be a surprise, even if he died midway. So she was worried about the other person's safety. Now she has no grandpa. Dad also died long ago. If even Mother Bibi Dong is gone. Then she would really become an orphan without blood relatives anyway. She really had no choice. Huang Wei nodded and shook his head, which suddenly made Kyan Rinxu confused. Kyan Rinxu said, what do you mean, Huang? Wei said, the space of the Rakshasa secret realm is the exclusive space of the Rakshasa god. I can pursue the power of Rakshasa and forcefully break through the space to enter, but I'm afraid that the violent space fluctuations will put the teacher who is undergoing the test into crisis. This will put the teacher in danger. A test that could have been a success became a failure. After a pause, he continued, if she is our enemy, then I will not hesitate to break open the space and take advantage of her inconvenience to kill her, but not now. Huang Wei looked at Kyan Rinxu and said, although I can't see the situation inside, I can feel from her Rakshasa aura that she is safe, and she is very close to becoming a Rakshasa god. Anyway, we are here to intervene again. No. You go and take care of the wedding. I will find someone to cooperate with you, and I will go find Sister Nana myself. Okay. Kyan Rinxu nodded obediently, like a silly girl in love, cute and innocent. Then Huang Wei went directly to Hulina. The two met again. Bibi Dong had come to him before and told him about this matter. Now seeing Huang Wei again, he looked shy. She is now a powerful person at the level of titled Douluo, but she is still far from enough in front of Huang Wei. These days, I continue to grow with my soul. The growth rate of his soul is very fast. From the initial childhood period to the current 100 years. Chapter 215 Small Meeting of the God Realm, inside the God King's palace. At this moment, there are 5 gods. 3 of them were called over for the meeting. The evil God King, the good God King. Poseidon, Shura God, Angel God. Originally, the 2 God Kings just planned to call the Angel God over, discuss the alternation of old gods and new gods. At this time, the Angel God was in an extremely happy mood. After so many years of working diligently and conscientiously in the God realm, the boring days are finally over. He is very proud now. The smile stretches from ear to ear. He looked at Poseidon and Shura God. He also knew about these 2 guys after all. He had seen that boy Huang Wei from his successor Kyan Rinxu. That guy's incredible. He has the aura of both Poseidon and Shura God on his body, and it is very strong. That kind of intensity has reached the level of ascending to the divine level. 2 gods in one body, and they are all first level gods. One of them is also a law enforcer. Gee, this is interesting. I don't know how you 2 old guys should end this. However, it seems that, since the relationship between your heir and my heir is ambiguous, I can't help you at critical moments. After the evil and kind people took a look at Shura and Poseidon, they didn't say any more nonsense. These two guys, no, they should be Shura, they know the law and break it. But things have already happened. Moreover, they have also met the successors who trust the twin gods of Poseidon and Shura. It is indeed incredibly strong. Moreover, the godhead has already been generated, so it's not easy to say anything. Everything is waiting for Huang Wei to ascend. The matter of governing the two divine realms will be discussed at that time. Poseidon and Shura god felt guilty. After seeing this, the most imaginary person is naturally Shura. Not only did they steal the heir, they also let loose. Poseidon is better. After all, the inheritor is already strong. According to the assessment content, there is actually not much slack. To some extent, it also increases the difficulty of the assessment points, especially in the 8th test. Let the inheritor alone fight to kill the other end. At that time, others were doing contra. It's really courageous. So Shura became the biggest critic. As a law enforcer in the god realm, he knows the law and breaks it. But for the sake of being the #1 combat force in the god realm, and he is also one of the god kings, you can still turn a blind eye. The main thing is that Poseidon and the other party have reached a private reconciliation. Chapter 173. No one else would pursue it, and they didn't want to say anything more. So he turned his attention to the angel god. Two divine kings. After the angel god held back a glance at Poseidon and Shura, he looked at the two god kings in front and complimented them. The evil and the kind smiled and congratulated. Angel, congratulations. After so many years, your family lineage finally has a new successor. I'm here to congratulate you. In their impression, this angel god is very law-abiding. In the god realm, it is also your duty to be a god. Very good impression. The angel smiled modestly. Yes, but my successor's talent is not bad, and she needs to work harder to improve. After she ascends, I can finally retire. This older mortal is still humble. Poseidon and Shura god secretly thought at the same time. Who can't tell that this is a reverse compliment? Angel, this old guy, has long been filled with joy, and his butt is smoking. Chen Xin said, I came to you this time because of the ascension of your successor. You should try your best to have her ascend as soon as possible to take over your position and hand over the jurisdiction of the god's domain, so that you can retire as soon as possible. The angel nodded. I have already told her about this journey, but she still needs to wait for some time in the lower world. After all, they still have some things to do. When he said this, his eyes couldn't help but glance in the direction of Poseidon and Shura god. He naturally understood the main purpose of the two god kings calling him here. Hey, what do you think we are doing? Poseidon and Shura stared, thinking secretly, what are you doing? You don't have any idea. The angel god seemed to have understood the meaning in their eyes. The evil and the kind naturally noticed that something was wrong with their eyes, waved their hands and said, okay, let them solve the problem in the lower world before ascending and registering. Angel, please go back first. Evil said, yes. Angel god nodded. He turned around, curled his lips into a smile, glanced at the two Poseidons without any intention, and left. After he leaves, there were only 4 gods left in the hall. I don't want to pursue your affairs anymore, especially you Shura, so just take care of yourself. Good and evil stand out before your eyes. When Poseidon and Shura heard this, the latter's heart sank, and he immediately nodded and sneered. There are so many god kings, and the most important thing is that it is really hard to find outstanding inheritors nowadays. Okay, shut up. I don't want to listen to you anymore. Evil waved his hand with an impatient look on his face. I've been hearing this since I was caught before, and now my ears are getting rash. Evil said, your successor has been in the lower world for almost a year. Although it takes 1 day in the divine world and 1 year in the lower world, we still have to come up as soon as possible. Shura coughed dryly. Evil, we have already urged him, but that kid insists on coming up in time, and there is nothing we can do. Since the other party does not pursue that matter, there is no need to call him God King. After all, he is also God King. Poseidon is different. After all, he is not God King yet, so he still has to call him God King. He is cultivating guardians for our Poseidon Island, so it took some time, but this kid will ascend in 1 year. I will definitely not break my promise. After hearing this, Chen Xin said, you have already retired a long time ago, but you are still chatting here, but you are not urging me enough, and we also have something we need to explain to you. Azura, you said before that it is difficult to find a successor, and the two of us have been in the god realm for too long, and because of our status as gods is too powerful, it is not easy to find a suitable successor. So, I plan to wait for your successor to come up, and leave the god realm to him for the time being. The two of us will go to the lower realms of the world to find a suitable successor. Evil and Good looked at each other and said, this is also one of the problems, that they do not pursue Shura himself. After all, there are people to ask for later. Poseidon was stunned. What? We are all leaving now? Wouldn't it be too tiring to let that boy rule the entire god realm? Besides, it's hard to tell about the other gods. Shura had a different idea. The most important thing is that, although the boy is extremely powerful, and his signs showing of breaking through level 106, he is still very low level in the god realm, and may not be able to control those old guys. He added meaningfully, if there is nothing to suppress it, it will be difficult to convince the public. Evil and Kind said, don't you worry, we have also examined his character. I will hand over the center of the god realm to him after he ascends, plus our deterrence and promulgation. But don't worry, we have also considered the issues you have considered. We will not leave immediately after he ascends. We will try our best to cultivate him first and let him grow up, at least break through level 121st. Good. Poseidon and Shura nodded. Shura just wanted to help Huang Wei win the center of the god realm. His purpose was achieved. Chapter 216 Rakshasa God Bibi Dong. Divine marriage in Douluo star. Because of the birth of two gods, the entire Wuhan Empire was filled with loud cheers. Huang Wei has already ordered people to spread the important news about the wedding. At this moment, in the face of the gods, whether they were the forces that were obedient in the front or the forces that secretly wanted to launch some conspiracy, they all abided by their duties and did not dare to cause trouble. That is, God represents absolute strength. There is absolutely no way these people can be opponents. Time is getting increasingly urgent. Poseidon has urged me to ascend again. If the teacher doesn't come out tomorrow, then we will hold the wedding in advance. Looking at the Pope's palace in front of them, although they could not see Bibi Dong's figure inside, they all knew that this person was still inside. Huang Wei sighed. In the past 2 days, the voices of Poseidon and Shura God kept echoing in his mind like bugs. Now the originally beautiful voice, due to the god's predecessor, has turned into a nightmare echo. Okay, let's wait for one day. Kyan Ringsu nodded, her pretty cheeks stained with helplessness, because she also received the urging from the angel god. What can I say? The other side is already urging me to fly as soon as possible after the wedding is completed. Thinking back to this, he sighed helplessly. Me too. She looked depressed. It seems that even if you become a god, you can't be relaxed and free. How? Many people find it difficult to pursue their goals throughout their lives, and it seems that it is not as good as they imagined. No wonder the angel god had revealed to her before in her mind that life in the god realm was not as beautiful as she imagined. Huang Wen's eyes shifted to Hulina beside him and said, Sister Nana, you should also prepare. After tomorrow's wedding is held, I will take you to ascend together. Then I will find an opportunity to find a suitable one for you. Gods? Yeah, I will. Hulina looked at the two gods in front of her, but she was still a titled Douluo. She felt redundant for a moment, and felt very uncomfortable inside. But her feelings for Huang Wei are true. In terms of strength, she has a bit of inferiority complex. Ever since she learned that Kyan Ringsu and Hulina had become gods, she had tried every means to improve her cultivation as soon as possible. Then I thought of Huang Wei's different space point, so I kept practicing. Don't dare to neglect even a minute point. Moreover, Huang Wei also gave her the baptism of the Poseidon's blessing light. Kyan Ringsu also baptized the angel with the light of blessing. He forcibly raised Hulina's cultivation to the level of a peak Peerless Douluo in a short period of time. The soul has also continued to improve from 100 years to now 100,000 years. This is real cheating. Huang Wei interrupted the cultivation of his own people in the god realm. Therefore, in addition to Hulina, Ziyu, Yan, and Huanimilu will all look for suitable gods to inherit when the time comes. Having read the original work, he also understood that in the original work, the god realm also had its own independent faction. Although all this is just a piece of paper in the face of absolutely tyrannical strength. But Huang Wei needs to make plans in advance. Huang Wei and Qian Ringsu also understood Hulina's thoughts. Remain silent and let the other person become a god first. Suddenly, just when they were about to leave, a terrifying power of the gods, mixed with the powerful and rich power of Rakshasa, emerged from the papal hall. Then, a huge dark red illusory figure appeared in the huge papal palace. This is the Rakshasa divine shadow. A twisted black hole appeared in the middle of the Rakshasa shadow, and a figure emerged from it. It's a woman wearing Rakshasa armor. It's Bibi Dong. Huang Wei and Qian Ringsu narrowed their eyes looking at Bibi Dong. They all felt the powerful and boundless evil power of Rakshasa in the other party. I hope it doesn't happen. Qian Ringsu murmured. The Rakshasa god and the angel god are originally opposites. What happened here was also felt by the people around the Pope's palace. Suddenly, several figures appeared quickly. These people are all worshippers of the Wuhan Empire, as well as other titled Douluo. Among them, Huanimilu is also among them. Sir, what happened? Huanimilu looked at Huang Wei and asked, looking solemnly in the direction of the Pope's palace. When he saw the face of the man under the armor clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Pope Bibi Dong? The others were also shocked. Huang Wei said, teacher, she has also become a god. Now there are 3 gods in our Wuhan Empire. And her god is the Rakshasa god who controls all evil thoughts in the world. Under the guidance of divine power, his voice reached everyone's ears one after another, very clearly. Rakshasa god, everyone was horrified. Huang Wei opened his mouth and asked Bibi Dong, teacher, are you being controlled now, or do you have your original consciousness? At this moment, the Rakshasa shadow behind Bibi Dong turned into particles and entered her body. The Rakshasa power in Bibi Dong also quickly converged. Although they didn't speak, it could be seen from this action that Huang Wei and Qian Ringsu looked at each other and smiled. The Bibi Dong in front of me is Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong said, I know what you are thinking. I'm who I'm now. No one can control me. Chapter 174. Hey, I declare that from today on, I'm the Rakshasa god. So, Bibi Dong looked at the others and made the announcement. The Rakshasa divine power that had been restrained also spread out at this moment. The pressure came instantly. Except for Huang Wei and Qian Ringsu, everyone else came to pay homage. I'm waiting to meet His Majesty the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong. This day will be recorded forever in the Wuhan Empire. The shocking scene of the rise of 3 gods. Moreover, Huang and Wei informed Bibi Dong about the wedding. Bibi Dong was very satisfied. Tell everything. On the day of the wedding, she will follow Huang Wei and the others to ascend into the divine realm. During this time, everything that needs to be done. Huang Wei found his grandfather. I wanted to give it a different power, but Huang Long said happily that he didn't ask for more or less, as long as he could live safely until he died naturally. So he declined Huang Wei's life entry. Moreover, Huang Wei also wanted to try to bring him into the divine world, but he didn't agree. Soon, the wedding was held in the Wuhan Empire. Everyone came here to take advantage of it today. Because of the wedding, God's blessings will fall around the temple. Everyone from the Wuhan Empire is here. Densely packed. But no one dared to make trouble. This time the wedding was big. Huang Wei, as the groom's official, married 2 women. The whole world celebrates and everything revives. At night, enter the bridal chamber. Huang Wei fights against the 2 daughters. Late at night, Huang Wei came out, and Huanimilu had arrived. Huang Wei said, Milu, I will ascend to the god realm tomorrow, and I will find a suitable god for you at that time. Spend this time with your family. However, if your god reaches the 1st level, you can also take your family to ascend. Huanimilu looked grateful, knelt down on one knee in front of Huang Wei, and said, Sir, Milu, thank you so much. Chapter 217 Exchange of positions in the God realm. The next day, it was early in the morning in Wuhan Empire Point. A shocking divine light fell from the sky. Point shrouded the entire Wuhan Palace. Point everything seemed to be forbidden at this moment. Point at the same time, the three gods had already explained everything. Point the Rakshasa Temple and the Angel Temple are both in the Spirit Empire Point and temporarily supported Huan Imalu to manage the Wuhan Empire Point because Kyan Daoliu is dead. Kyan Rinxu is about to ascend and is too lazy to worry about the Spirit Empire. He doesn't care whether the Wuhan Empire belongs to Kyanjia or not. Anyway, they will live in the God realm from now on. If you have children in the future, they will definitely be in the God realm. Moreover, Huang Wei also said that it is impossible to unify forever. What will happen to the Spirit Empire in the future has nothing to do with them ascending to the God realm. Point in the spotlight. Point under the guidance of the divine light, the three people quickly ascended. In the God realm, Huang and Wei were seen finally ascending. Poseidon and other gods finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I was extremely happy, except for the Rakshasa god, who has left the God realm for a long time. Point Poseidon, Shura god, and Angel god all came over to greet their successors. As for Hulina, who has no divine status, she and Huang Wei first went to register their residence. Point and Huang Wei also left first with Poseidon and Shura. They had to explain some work-related matters later. The Angel god also took Kyan Rinxu back to the divine realm, governed by angels, to explain the matter. As for Bibi Dong, she was drinking from the northwest wind alone. After all, her old Rakshasa god was not in the God realm at all. Point. So the god of kindness found Bibi Dong and brought her to the temple to meet her. Chen Xin smiled and explained to Bibi Dong, "Hello, successor of the Rakshasa god. I'm the Chen Xin God King, one of the 5 great God Kings in the God realm." "Hello, kind God King." Bibi Dong looked shocked. She didn't expect the figure in front of her to be a God King, and her voice was trembling. This was a kind of fear coming from a lower god to a higher god. Point what's more, because her position is in charge of all evil thoughts in the world, the psychological pressure is inexplicably greater. You don't need to have any psychology fear. You are you. It is it. But you need to get rid of the evil thoughts as soon as possible, because it will become stronger as you continue to get stronger. If you can't control it one day, we will take action against anything that endangers the God realm. But you don't need to worry too much. We can help you suppress it well, or you can find Shura god." The words of the kind God King appeared in Bibi Dong's ears. There are only 2 of them in this temple. Point. Because this is the temple of the good God King's domain. Point. She also discovered the problem of evil thoughts in Bibi Dong's divine personality, so she specially asked her to come over. Bibi Dong said gratefully, "Okay, thank you kind God King. I will definitely control it as soon as possible." The kind God King nodded with satisfaction, raised his finger, and pointed towards the sky, and a wave of extremely kind power entered the mark of the Godhead in Bibi Dong's body. In an instant, Bibi Dong felt extremely refreshed, relaxed, and comfortable. The evil thoughts of Rakshasa that had been suppressed by her divine power and thoughts seemed to disappear at this moment. It has not disappeared. It is just that our power has overwhelmed it. This is not permanent. It will decrease once you leave the God realm, so you need to return to the old Rakshasa God realm to absorb and refine it, because the old Rakshasa god left the God realm for some reasons a long time ago, and we don't know where he has gone now. So your old god didn't come to greet you, so in a sense you are also the first Rakshasa god in the God realm. Because of the departure of the old god, your Rakshasa God realm has always been led by the same person who is in charge of all killings in the world. The Shura God King controls it. Chen Xin stood up and slowly floated towards the outside of the temple. The ethereal voice also echoed in the temple. "So, you have to find King Shura to pick you up. He is also your immediate boss. His power of Shura also has an absolutely strong suppressing effect on your evil thoughts." Bibi Dong said, "Who is God King Shura? Then where should I find King Shura?" The kind-hearted God King looked back at her and smiled meaningfully. The bloody red-haired god who came to pick up Huang Wei before was the God King Shura. The old God King Shura has passed on the throne, so you have to find the newly hired god. The new Shura God King is connected Hearing this, Bibi Dong recalled the 3 gods who came before, and the pressure from the red-haired man was very strong point, especially since he has the divine power to suppress him point. It's completely like a higher god versus a lower god point. Bibi Dong felt something was wrong. There's something I don't understand. The kind god king, the kind-hearted god king smiled kindly. That's why the person god king Shura came to pick up was Huang Wei, right? Bibi Dong nodded. Xiao Wei clearly inherited the sea god, not the Shura god. She was confused point. The kind god king smiled and said, no, he is the new Shura god king. Your Xiao Wei is amazing, but he has 2 gods in one body. This is an example that has never happened in the entire god realm. He is the first ancestor. Bibi Dong was shocked. 2 gods in one body? God of the sea, god of Shura. How on earth is this accomplished? Kindness nodded. Yes, as for how to do it, you have to ask him himself. Okay, now I will take you to Shura divine realm and connect with him to your divine realm. Kindness flew up and said, there are some things she doesn't want to say too much about, because after all, God King Shura violated the divine realm. It would be best if we could talk less about this matter. Bibi Dong quickly flew up and followed behind. At the same time, at this moment, Huang Wei finally saw the 2 seniors in person and witnessed their true appearance. First, they arrived at the Poseidon realm, where Poseidon and Huang Wei explained what they were going to do next. Point, it is to maintain the affairs of the sea and the divine realm and the area under its jurisdiction. Point, don't let it get out of hand. Point, this job can be considered simple after all. Point, the docking is completed here. Senior Poseidon, are you leaving? Huang Wei asked. Poseidon laughed and scolded. You brat, I left long ago, but it's all your fault that you didn't come up until now, so I have no choice but to help you carry it. Don't forget, old guy, I'm too. God Shura added at the side. I don't care about this. Anyway, I have completed the handover, and the old and new gods have been branded successfully. Let's take the first step. I really look forward to my life of traveling around the world after retirement. Poseidon stretched, having never felt so relaxed and comfortable. Retirement life is great. It doesn't need to be that boring. After he goes down to the next world, see if he can find a mate, because he has been lonely for too long. Shura immediately ridiculed. Old man, you are not kind. Wait for me. Let's go together, so that we can have company. You have been a bachelor for so many years. Poseidon, the god of the sea, immediately became angry and said, you bastard old man, you are talking as if you have the same thing. You are a bachelor like me, so what qualifications do you have to criticize me? Ahem. 2 seniors, please stop arguing. Let's get things done first. Chapter 175. Huang Wei coughed twice and said, come out and smooth things over. Chapter 218. Fierce Flames. God King's bet in the Shura God's domain. God Shura brought Huang Wei here. God Shura is the king of gods, but also the law enforcer and judge. Therefore, the realm of gods under its jurisdiction is much more than that of Poseidon. After the handover is completed. God Shura's expression condensed slightly, and he followed Huang Wei and Poseidon and said, the god of killing I sent to the 5-element continent to perform a mission has died. Poseidon was shocked. What? There is such a thing? Is it done by gods? Shura shook his head. The details are not clear yet. We need to go to the 5-element continent to know. Then, he looked at Huang Wei and half smiled. However, I have retired, so I won't go. Just think of this as your internship as a Shura god, kid. When Huang Wei heard this, his eyes narrowed. In his previous life, he had read a certain Sans novel of the same name. The 5-element continent mentioned by Shura must be from Dionysus, and the person who killed the god of death was none other than Li Yan. Li Yan's fighting power in his inner earth world is as strong as that of a 2nd level god. If ordinary people go down, they may not be able to win. However, he nodded and accepted the task. He had seen the plot of Dionysus before, but it was so long ago that he couldn't remember it clearly. Huang Wei's eyes moved, and he accepted the news about the gods under the jurisdiction of Shura God's domain. He pretended not to know and said, if I remember correctly, the god of killing is a 2nd level god, right? God Shura nodded, waved his hand, and directly mobilized the message of the god of killing, manifesting it in the form of a dark screen in midair. The god of death Xiapuas, the strongest of the second level gods, the god of death, wears a golden armor, and is tall pointed, has innate killing attributes, can restrain almost all gods, and can be compared to the main god point identity, law enforcer under Shura, law enforcement god. In the God realm in front of the information panel, there is a blood-colored light spot with a kill symbol on it. Huang Wei, who understood the information about God's domain, also understood what it was. This is the god of death. After the death of the godhead itself is bound to the center of the god realm, and will naturally return to it. All the power of the god of death Shapras lies here. All you need to do is find the right person who can be intoxicated into the body of the selected person, and start the god of killing exam. As long as you pass, you can gain all the power of the previous generation of god of killing, and become the new god of killing. After reading the information, Huang Wei began to think about it. This god of death position can be inherited by that guy Milu point. Whether it can succeed or not, you have to give it a try point. After all, Huanai Milu is not the main killing group point. Even if he fails, I can still save his life with my strength point. The 5-element continent is obviously more advanced than the Douluo continent point. Such awesome people were killed, so one can imagine how powerful Lai Yan was. God Shura said, although the god of death Xiupuruosi is only a second level god, the power that broke out as a first level god. Even the strongest person under me has fallen. It seems that the fireborn in this 5-element continent has the Lotus Fairy is indeed very powerful. God Shura continued, under the god realm, generally speaking, beings with the power of gods are not allowed to exist, and they are not human beings. This will cause great damage to the entire world's strength system. That's why I asked the god of death to Xiupu before Jose goes to judge the other party. Poseidon finally understood the ins and outs. Huang Wei was very sure that the person who killed Xiapuas was Lian. The Fire Lotus Fairy in Shura's mouth is Lian. Huang Wei was silent for a moment and said, there is no rushing the 5-element continent. My divine power is about to break through 106. Let's wait until I get a level up first. But the most important thing now is to find a new candidate, inheriting the position of the god of death. After all, the god of death domain under his jurisdiction cannot be vacant for too long. After hearing this, God Shura nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the top priority is indeed to find someone to succeed the god of killing. Do you have any recommendations? Huang Wei waved his hand and a notebook appeared. After opening it, there is a person recorded on it. It is Milu. The candidate I recommend is him. He is also from the Douluo continent world. He is my closest confidant. After my careful cultivation, his strength is now at the level of a demigod, and his martial spirit is also somewhat special. After God Shura took it, he smiled meaningfully and said, you can let him try it first. After all, he is the inheritor, so he can still give face point, and he also pays attention to Huanai Milu, and his strength is indeed not bad. It just lacks the killing point. In fact, for this reason alone, the other party is not qualified to inherit the position of the god of killing point, because the inheritor of the killing god must have the intention to kill. This is the most basic point, and if Huanai Milu can pass the test of the god of death, it means that he has reached the level of his ability and is competent. As for the opportunity to be tested by the god of death, it was only given for Huang Wei's sake. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for Huanai Milu to inherit. Of course, it is also possible if Huanai Milu continues to kill to enhance his killing intent. In the original work, the new god of death is Tang Chen, who got his own father killed. But this is also very normal. He would do it too. If his grandfather hadn't wanted to live so long, he would have had a way to prevent the other party from dying. Now that he's here, everything is about to change. Lian, in the original work, he inherited the good god king, but not all the power of kindness, the kind heart of the super artifact and the divine status were not given to her. As a result, her strength barely reached the lowest level of the god king, making her the most rubbish existence among the major god kings. Huang Wei was planning in his heart, if I get all the artifacts and super artifacts in the god realm, if possible, get all the gods, and arrange it myself. As soon as he had this idea, he felt that something big would happen later. This cannot be accomplished in a short time. We need to wait until he gets stronger. Let's inherit the Xuanwu god first. When this thought just crossed his mind. At this moment, a spiritual voice came out from their spiritual thoughts. Shura, Huang Wei, come to the God King's hall quickly. We have important matters to discuss. At this moment, there are 3 figures in the God King's palace, 2 of which are familiar figures of good and evil, and 1 is in front of them, existing in the form of a soul state. They had just received the news of the death of the god of death. Instead, they were killed together by the Fire Lotus Fairy from the 5-element continent. The man in front of me is the flame in the Dionysian world. The 2 god kings had just finished their bet. They were somewhat interested in Lian and Jidong's talents. A rare good seedling point, and it's hard to find an heir now. Since it can be found, it cannot be wasted. As long as the other party passes the test of the bet. Then they will exchange identities with each other and reincarnate in the lower realm, and Jidong and Lian will come up to take their place. Give them. Ever since, I don't plan to go down to the next world now. Let's see how this bet turns out. Anyway, 1 year in the lower world, and 1 day in the divine world. They can afford to wait. The god of evil said with an evil smile. You go back first. Before the end of the bet, you must live as Chen Xin. It will not end until the end, or when he says those 3 words to you. Okay. Lai Yan sighed, feeling mixed in his heart. This has completely become the toy of the God King. So she was sent back to the 5-element continent. Continue the plot in the original work. At this moment, Shura and Huang Wei had arrived in front of the God King's palace. Just 2 seconds after Lai Yan left. Chapter 219 God Changing Plan. The successor of the killing god is basically determined in front of the God King's palace. Huang Wei and Shura appeared. The former saw the real God King's palace for the first time. Incomparably huge and domineering. To the naked eye, it was already shocked by the majestic momentum. The temple of the God King is worthy of being the temple of the God King, he thought to himself. Shura saw the problem from Huang Wei's shocked face. Smiling slightly, he asked knowingly, what do you think when you see the God King's palace for the first time, Huang? When he took a breath and said, magnificent. There are only these 4 words. There is no need to say anything else. Because it's simply not necessary. These 4 words already represent many things. Shura smiled. I also have a seat in this God King's palace. After all, I'm also a God King. Now that you have inherited my God King in Poseidon, you are the only one in a million. When I retire, the position here will be yours. That's it. He raised his hand and patted Huang Wei's shoulder, smiling. Work hard and try to break through to level 121st. I know how to do it, teacher Shura. Huang Wei nodded seriously and hid his ambition. Okay, ha ha ha. Shura nodded with satisfaction and was in a great mood. So he took the lead and walked towards the God King's palace. Good and evil are already looking at the bull in front of them. Looking forward to the content process of the bet. The 2 of them noticed the arrival of Huang Wei and Shura early in the morning. But there is no cover up. Evil, kind, why did you 2 come to us? Shura glanced at the divine power bull in front of him and said meaningfully, you are asking us to come over and spy with you, right? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.